case. Yeah, let's just make sure that's coming through. Lovely stuff. Right. In terms of killing the level for now, then, am I best with that one or the?
Just turn it on, right?
Or just on there, yeah. everybody, and welcome to New Road, Worcester. Central Sparks versus Lancashire Thunder, your entertainment today in the Rachel Hayo Flint Trophy. 50 overs aside this one, and it's very nice to have you with us here today. My name is Mike Perkins. Alongside me is Michael McCann, who we'll hear from in just a moment. But as it's telling you there at the bottom of your screen, Thunder have won the toss and elected to bowl here. So the visiting side calling correctly on this one, and they are going to be in the field first. They make two changes to their side. The home side are unchanged, so they line up like this: Eve Jones, Chloe Brewer, Abby Freeborn, Davina Perrin, Courtney Webb, Katie George, Bethan Ellis, Emily Arlott, Georgia Davis, Grace Potts and Hannah Baker will be the lineup for the Central Sparks today. As for Lancashire Thunder, they make two changes. Alice Clark comes in for Danny Collins, which is an interesting change, and probably a more expected one. Phoebe Graham in for Kate Cross. So they line up like this in full: Emma Lamb, Seren Smale, Katie Mack, the overseas player, Fee Morris, Ellie Threlkeld, the captain and wicketkeeper, Naomi Datani, Alice Clark, Tara Norris, Phoebe Graham and Hannah Jones, who is both Thunder's leading wicket taker and also the leading wicket taker in this competition as things stand with 17. As I say, Michael McCann alongside me today. New Road looking good as always. A little bit of cloud cover in the sky above, but the weather forecast seems as if it's fairly confident that it's going to stay dry, albeit cloudy, for the majority of this game, which gets underway in around about a minute's time. So thank you for joining us on Central Sparks YouTube channel. Michael, what do you make of that team news then? Central Sparks going with the same side, but a couple of changes for Thunder.
Yeah, very good morning, Mike. Very good morning to everyone, wherever you are across the world. Great to have your company for this one. Alice Clark is probably the surprise selection, you'd have to say. The 22-year-old, who we make it her last game for Thunder was against Diamonds in September 2020 in Leeds, which is a long old time ago now.
Well, it was the first edition of this competition, wasn't it? So yeah, it's been a bit of a wait.
It was a name that, when seen on the team sheet, did prompt a slight raising of the eyebrows. Not in terms of the fact that a lack of ability in any way, shape or form, but more the fact that there's someone who's had to wait very patiently on the wings of this Thunder side over the years. In terms of the wider meaning of the match, you'll remember that the Rachel Hayo Flint Trophy this season is a double round robin, 14 pool games. You want to get yourself into the top 4, which as of this season in both competitions, there's no eliminator, and is semi-finals in the truest sense of the word. 1 versus 4, 2 versus 3. Thunder find themselves in 6th, in 7th in fact, with 9 points from 8 games thus far, and Sparks are also in a bit of trouble. Sparks is 6th with 11 points from 8. So Thunder, of course, lost to Stars last time out. That was very costly, because Stars are the team in 4th, who both of these teams would like to think that they're chasing. But Thunder are 14 points behind with 6 games to go, and Sparks are 12 points behind with 6 left. So we are pretty much at the point now where whoever loses today, they are on the brink of mathematical elimination.
Yeah, and I think from the answer I got at the toss at Blackpool the other day from Ellie Threlkeld, I said, look, this is must win, because if you don't win, the team in 4th is getting points on you and increasing that gap, which South East Stars were able to do. Now, the answer was, well, they're all must win between now and the end of the season, as if to say, actually, 4th spot, it's an outside chance already, even going into that game at Blackpool, I think was the feeling. And I think we're getting to the stage where players, and this could be to do with the Alice Clark selection, they want to have a good look at her, because we are in this situation when we're going into Tier 1, going back to sort of the county system, if you like, although Lancashire Thunder very much have always been associated with their county. Central Sparks are becoming Warwickshire, and I guess people are playing for those contracts in those sides, those 15 professional contracts that are up for grabs in those 8 teams. So I guess that will be as much what the players are looking at as that 4th spot now. I think it starts to switch into, right, can I lay a marker down for next season and prove I deserve to be in one of these 8 teams that, or these 8 counties that have got the teams for next season. So I think that will be a lot of what today is about.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of subplots, I think is the best way to sum it up in English women's domestic cricket right now. Of course, we're steadily getting players announced, but it doesn't take a lot of chatting on the grapevine to know that there's a lot of players who've put pen to paper on contracts without those being necessarily announced by that county for next season. There's also plenty of players who've got multiple offers on the table to consider and are taking their time in doing so. In terms of publicly announcing things, I don't think it's exactly controversial to say that Surrey have been quickest out of the blocks. They've assembled almost an entire 11 of announced contracted players. Blaze have nailed down a few of their key protagonists, and of course Holly Armitage recently announced as well. So things steadily starting to take shape, but a lot more to come on that.
It seems we're getting a bit of a delayed start here. There was no murmuring of it, no, but the umpires are just having a look there, and there's sort of a bit of matting down by the looks of things, just on the edge of the square, and they clearly want it removed, I think, before we get underway in this one. There's other games going on today as well. Northern Diamonds are playing Sunrisers. Sunrisers have just begun there and are batting. Western Storm are also up against the Blaze. Western Storm batting in that one, and Southern Vipers versus South East Stars are just getting underway there. But the umpires don't seem to be happy here, and they seem to want the ground staff to remove whatever that piece of matting is. And I suppose you can see why. It's sort of fairly close to where we're commentating from, at a kind of either a point or a mid-wicket position, depending which hand of batter and which end you're batting from. But it's kind of, it's right out in front of us, and it, as I say, you don't really want the ball going over something like that, or a player indeed slipping on it. So that's going to have to be removed. There's clearly maybe a worry about the grass underneath it, and that's why it's there. But it's certainly delaying our start here, and Thunder players are still up on the balcony. Gives us a bit more time to chat, though, about where we're at. I mean, the Charlotte Edwards Cup for these sides, they sort of had in many ways, what was the big game to decide the 4th spot for who was going to finals day, and it was a very, very close encounter at Edgbaston that drew a lot of attention between these sides. It was Thunder who came out on the wrong side. I guess the nice thing about the table in the Rachel Hay Flint Trophy, although perhaps not from these sides' perspectives, is that you do at least have, though it looks like the top 4 are starting to move clear, you do have a couple of different sides in there, in the form of Diamonds and Sunrisers, who struggled in the T20 competition. So there's at least a little bit of variety in that sense, Mike.
Yeah, I think one thing to keep a real eye out for, though, is Blaze, because Blaze initially did not have the Bryces, and they might be 2 human beings, but they count as about 4 cricketers in terms of their all-round skills and the leadership that they bring to that side. I commentated on what was essentially, obviously, a rematch of the Charlotte Edwards Cup final, Blaze versus South East Stars at Beckenham, the week after T20 finals day. And they were such a different 50-over outfit with those 2 together. I mean, both of them batted beautifully. Sarah behind the stumps took a couple of absolutely ridiculous grabs. Catherine Bryce's bowling. And you do think that with those 2 back and 6 games left, there's every chance that Blaze could get on a run and push themselves into that top 4. They're 10 points behind the South East Stars, who are 4th. And there's plenty of time to make that up. For those unfamiliar with the format, the Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy, you get 4 points for a win, and then you can pick up a bonus point if your run rate is 1.25 times better than the side that you've played. So you can potentially get yourself a 5-pointer. And if you can rack up 2 or 3 of those in pretty quick time, then you'll be there or thereabouts. So if there's one team to break into that top 4, you would sense the Blaze have got every chance. And then obviously there's the 2 that are in front of us who are going to have to go on quite a run, if we're honest from here. Central Sparks or Thunder probably have to win 5 of their last 6 games to qualify, looking at that table. And even 5 from 6 might not be enough. So it should be fascinating to see. Vipers top, as they always so often seem to end up being. There's still plenty of time for that to change. Sunrisers, you had not the best T20 competition, you'd have to say. Have gone very well in this format. Sunrisers and Northern Diamonds both have 25 points. Sunrisers above the Northern Diamonds on net run rate. And then, of course, the South East Stars in fourth. Now, the umpires, Simon Widdop and Grace Banbury, are still off the field here.
Yeah,
there's a bit of matting that was being looked at, which I can only think is there because we've had a lot of rain in recent times, and maybe just that particular part of the pitch has got cut up. It's being stared at. It's just on your screen. If you look sort of in the bottom left corner, behind the power play ring of cones, closer to the screen, that seems to be the area that we're focused on here at the moment, and that is causing this unexpectedly delayed start. Ground delay play to commence at 10:45, the new update that we've got. It does appear to be that particular area on the outfield that is causing a bit of bother. Thus far in the competition this season, both these teams have played 8 games and both these teams have won twice. Central Sparks, of course, had that rain out last time out against the Sunrisers and have lost 5. Lancashire Thunder losing 6 and winning a couple.
Well, it looks as if Thunder think that it's possible for us to commence it, because Tara Norris is coming out to do a bit of bowling, presumably just to stay loose after the warm-up. Delayed start here. It looks as if Thunder will be coming out to field. They're just ensuring that they are still warmed up. But we seem to be having a problem that we're coming out on the tannoy at the moment. That should give us a test of the live stream, but we're going to just try and find out why we're coming out on the tannoy. Not still coming out on the tannoy, but we are. So I'm going to is 0 for 0 after 1 over. 5 without loss. So this is a test of our audio on the live stream to make sure it's not feeding back. And whilst we're doing this, let's also make sure we're testing the volume. So this is at around about between 0 and 10. Chloe Brewer then is the first wicket to fall. She's out for 1. And Sparks find themselves 5 for 1. We're still just testing the audio here.
Yeah.
Well, hello everybody, and sorry for the slight delay at the start of our broadcast there, but we rejoin play with the Sparks 5-1. They've lost Chloe Brewer so far. A boundary has been hit, but other than that, it's been a slow start really for the Sparks here. Lancashire Thunder have elected to bowl, and it's looking like the right choice at the moment with the sun just starting to peek through here at Worcester. We should be now with you for the rest of the afternoon. As I say, my name is Mike Perkins. Alongside me is Michael McCann. If you weren't here to begin with, Sparks unchanged for this game. 2 changes for Lancashire Thunder, Alice Clark and Phoebe Graham coming into the side. And it's Phoebe Graham who is approaching the wicket now and bowling a ball that seems to cut the batter in half and interested the Thunder fielders for just a moment, but no opportunity there to take that wicket. Certainly we've got a good view of the height here, Michael, and it seemed high to me, that one.
It was high and possibly going down the leg as well with that nip in that you alluded to.
So we tick up to 11 o'clock and Phoebe Graham releases a ball which is cut well by Eve Jones, and that'll go all the way to 4 on the point boundary just in front of our commentary position here. Lovely shot by Eve Jones, takes Sparks on to 9 for 1, and she just strode back into her crease to allow herself the room. It was a very Eve Jones shot in the end. She has 261 runs at 43.5 coming into this competition, and she's adding to that tally for the season there with a lovely cut stroke.
Yeah, and of course almost half of those, more than half of those, came in the reverse fixture against Thunder. Yeah,
it was some innings that at Old Trafford from Eve Jones, who of course used to captain Lancashire, as that one's driven away into the offside, and there's no run on offer on that occasion. Datani there with the fielding at cover.
Worth mentioning the slowness of the outfield as well, because that cut shot, even though it was timed very nicely, only just trickled over the rope. There's been a lot of rain around in the last 3 or 4 days.
And everyone's aware, of course, of the flooding that New Road suffered over the winter as well. It's been some effort to get cricket on at this ground this season, as right arm over the wicket, bowls Graham. Just slid down to 3rd by Eve Jones, back into her crease. Didn't have the room, it seemed, to cut on that occasion, but she was sprightly on her feet. 10 for 1 the Sparks score moves on to. Jones with the bulk of those. She has 9. Freeborn just taking her guard. She's had a reasonable season too, 230 runs and a best of 93. They've come at slightly less good average of 32.85, but Freeborn always one of the engines of this Sparks lineup. They need the likes of Freeborn, Perrin and Webb to fire alongside the opening batter and captain Jones. There's an attempt to play that one into the leg side. It takes Freeborn on the pad, but no run on offer.
Well, these two between them have been comfortably Sparks' highest run scorers, and in terms of scores of more than 50 in the competition this season, they have 4 of the 7 occasions where a Sparks batter's managed it, which tells you the importance of their wickets.
Here's Graham looking to take one of those now, and it's slashed away by Freeborn, and this should be a 4 as well, and it is. Hannah Jones chases round from 3rd, but only really to pick up the ball from beyond the rope. 4 more to the total, 14 for 1. The score moves on to with that nicely played stroke by Freeborn. She was actually forward when she hit it, but it was a sort of a cutting type of front foot stroke, and it means it's 14 for 1 at the end of the 4th over of the innings.
Yeah, just forced away with that bottom hand coming in. So 9 off the over, the most productive over of the innings so far for Central Sparks.
Slightly delayed start here. There was a patch of the outfield the umpires weren't happy with, but we've decided to get underway, and I suppose it's a wise decision all round in many senses, because we want to make sure that we see plenty of cricket here at New Road today.
Yeah, Sparks would have been particularly eager to get on after being rained off at Radlett at the weekend. Just 6.5 overs play possible on Sunday. They got to 27 without loss against the Sunrisers before the heavens opened.
And they may well. trade that start for this one here, you would think, as Norris bowls and is pushed away, neatly pushed away by Jones. Again, another Jones-esque shot, square of the wicket on the offside it goes. Doesn't bring a 4 this time, but does bring 2 very useful runs, 16 for 1. Jones and Freeborn at the wicket trying to build a start here for Central Sparks.
Will be fascinating to see how these two negotiate the power play period. I know, speaking to someone who's an analyst for one of the other regions, was saying that Sparks, in terms of their scoring in the power play, have been one of the slowest in the Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy this season.
Yeah, they tend to build through the innings. That's certainly how Jones likes to play, looking for a forcing shot off the back foot there, but doesn't find the gap, and that's a dot ball.
It's potentially a feeling that sometimes that can leave you a bit to catch up on by not fully capitalising on those fielding restrictions. Norris, of course, only allowed 2 out. At the moment, she's got them at deep third and deep backward square leg.
Norris, who bowls left arm over the wicket, approaching from the Diglis end here at New Road, and delivers to Eve Jones. It's through into the gloves of Threlkeld. Just a prodding sort of a stroke in the end. Good length from Norris again.
Does look like a good morning to have a bowl. There's plenty of cloud cover. Ball will swing around. We're assured by the forecast that cloud won't turn into rain, but it will be that sort of cloudy, muggy sort of a day, it seems.
Yeah, it's a nervous feel to it, isn't it, with that cloud sitting above, but we're told it will stay dry as Jones advances down the track this time, but the result's pretty much the same in that she prods at the ball but can't make any meaningful connection. In fact, doesn't make any connection at all as it goes through for a dot ball into the gloves of Ellie Threlkeld.
Umpire Simon Widdop just having a little look at the follow through there.
Norris turns again, just pauses for a second before embarking on her run into the wicket. Delivers to Jones, who's forward again, trying to just add some pace, I think, to the ball here. Just maybe an indication that it's a little bit of a sticky track, and that already makes me feel that the scoring might not be the highest today.
Yeah, both skippers were not hesitant in saying that they would have definitely bowled on this, and you can see why. Plenty of rain around the last few days. Expect it'll be a bit slow, a bit sticky, a little bit tacky, and so I'm not surprised at all to see Threlkeld up to the stumps early on with not that much pace in the pitch, and her excellence with the gloves, of course.
Well, it's almost a response to that advancing tactic from Jones, who won't be able to use that now without the risk of being stumped, and she defends that one back down the pitch and brings the over to an end. So we've had 5 of them so far, and the score now 16 for 1, so halfway through the power play, and Sparks struggling really to make much use of it at this stage, but it feels the sort of day where actually building a score is going to be very, very important indeed.
Yes, the kind of day where you definitely would prefer to be batting second. The kind of day where this little breeze that we've got will dry the wicket. It will get better to bat on as the day goes on, you would imagine. Freeborn taking guard, just that cut shot for 4 to her name so far. Had a good T20 campaign that helped turn her chance in the 100.
Here comes Graham, bowls and looks to sweep that one away, but wide ball signalled by umpire Banbury there. So 17 for 1 the total moves on to. Guess it won't have been too disruptive for Graham to miss the previous game whilst Kate Cross was here with her international experience. I think it would have been a planned swap, so she's back charging in. Has been bowling well this season and been bowling arrows straight, and brings a defensive stroke from Freeborn there. Dot ball to start Graham's official analysis for the over after the wide of the first one.
Phoebe Graham with 5 wickets in this competition this season, at average just a tickle under 39, an economy rate just a tickle under 5.
Alice Clark, the player brought into the side, is at backward square leg at the moment as Graham bowls, and that's where the ball is diverted by Freeborn, and Clark's there to prevent the run being scored. It was a little twiddly shot off around about the knee from Freeborn, but Graham clearly persisting with that tactic of trying to go straight at the batter here, keep the stumps in play, make things difficult in the early stages as Freeborn approaches again. And that one's cut by Freeborn, who does take advantage of a little bit of width. Finds Hannah Jones down there at third. Another single to the total, 18 for 1.
Yeah, the early signs are this isn't going to quite be the high-scoring thriller that these sides shared at Old Trafford earlier on in the campaign.
Sparks came from a long way back in that one. They looked well out the game at one point, but Eve Jones's 136 saw them to victory as she cuts this one, and Thunder must be getting a little bit sick of watching her bat. But that's a great bit of fielding by Sophie Morris, who was at third to the left-hander and came round the rope very well to keep the ball inside it and keep the scoring to just the 2 runs in the end, 20 for 1.
Yeah, it was back on the 8th of May, just over 2 months ago. Emma Lamb with 107. Sarah Smell hit 67. As Thunder piled up 284 for 7. A couple of wickets for Hannah Baker and Grace Potts each. And then that epic Eve Jones-led run chase, winning by 3 wickets with 2 balls to spare.
Here comes Graham, trying to dismiss Jones, this time from around the wicket. It's defended into the offside. Emma Lamb quickly across. And Clark for company. Fee Morris at the moment at cover. We got Datani at mid-off. Tara Norris mid-on. Katie Maxin at mid-wicket. There's a long leg as well. A slip in a fairly wide position, it seems. As this one is bowled, and there's again the peels as it hits the pads and trickles away for a leg by in the end. 20 for 1 the total after, in fact 21 for 1 the total after 6 overs of this Central Sparks innings. And as I say, it will be this sort of time of year going into the 100, of course, and there's a few some notable player switches that go on at that time of year as well, but it will be a case now of going into that competition and then making sure that these players are securing their contracts for the new season to come, it seems. And they'll, as I say, a score today, a bundle of wickets, very much will help your case in that sense. Norris again from the Diglas end, running in, elbows out and delivers, left arm over the wicket. Jones drives, it's down to third, and that's another single to the total, 22 for 1.
Yeah, it's not a bad time to have a run of form, I think is one way of putting it. Just a little nod to people, get that phone buzzing. So it's a strange thing because everything's changing in so many ways, but so many regions are working so hard to try and make sure things stay the same as much as possible.
Here comes Norris again. Left arm over the wicket, back goes Freeborn, takes her on the back pad, it seemed there. But she's fairly unflappable, Abby Freeborn at the crease. Just marks that guard again and contemplates the next ball which will be coming her way.
I know for a fact, for example, chatting to Laura McLeod, Sparks head of cricket, that she's working as hard as possible with Gavin Larson, head of performance, to basically mean that you can say to the players, take your Sparks shirt off and put a Warwickshire shirt on for next season. But it's not quite as simple as that.
Here's Norris, left arm over the wicket. Freeborn just turning leg side. can't find a run there. 22 for 1 it remains. A couple of birds swooping above the cathedral in the distance. No flag on the flagpole. Amongst the 4 pinnacles of the main tower of the cathedral over there, with its sort of grey slate roof and its light brown brickwork. Big kind of stained glass feature in the middle of it. One large circle with 2 little circles next to it, and some taller, thinner pieces as well, as that one's played down into the pitch and doesn't really go anywhere. And again, it's a dot ball. And Thunder just building the pressure. It feels a very tacky wicket, this one, Michael. It seems hard to score out there at the moment.
Yeah, I was just going to say, with the cathedral, do you reckon anyone from over the side has been in there this morning saying a little prayer
Possibly.
for what will bring the start of a run of form? With, obviously, for those unfamiliar, both of these sides realistically need to win 5, if not all of their last 6 games to reach the semi-finals.
Yeah, possibly would be something of a miracle, wouldn't it? As in comes Tara Norris, bowls, and this one's driven firmly. Seren Smale comes across from short cover and does the fielding. Second now in the run scoring charts. Seren Smale up to 348 for the season with that 30 she made the other day at Blackpool. But I think for a player in the sort of form she was in, she might have walked away from that one a little rueful. That it wasn't a match-winning innings instead of much greater proportions. As I say, we know the likes of Jones and Freeborn can play match-winning innings, and they're just trying to feel their way into this one as we come towards the end of the 7th over with Norris bowling, and that one is prodded leg side. And no run on offer once again. What are you making of these early stages then, Michael McCann? 22 for 1 the total at the end of the 7th over, so just the 1 run added there.
There is the aforementioned cathedral that we were raving about. One of the more picturesque grounds on the circuit, I think it's fair to say, New Road. Some lovely bowling from Norris, and particularly on a sticky wicket with Frelkeld standing up. That is very niggly for a batter. You can, in theory, use your crease and come down, but do it at your peril with a keeper of Frelkeld's quality up to the stumps. Noticeable bit of swing. It's a period of attritional cricket, and Sparks need to just try and battle through here. Batting will get easier as time goes on. The pitch gets dried out a bit as Graham continues.
And delivers. Right arm around to the left-handed Jones, but still has the width and cuts it away. 4 runs. Beautiful, beautiful stroke, that one from Eve Jones. Back into her crease. All the time in the world to just meet the ball and send it between point and cover and away for 4 runs in the offside. 26 for 1, and that was as good a stroke as you'll see all season from Eve Jones.
Yeah, classy shot from a classy player. It's just a bit too short and a bit too wide. Phoebe Graham hasn't quite found a line and lengths today as she might have liked.
Long conversation between the batters, between deliveries, as again Jones is looking to cut. That one got through a bit quicker on her, and she had to play it behind square and found Emma Lamb there.
Almost all the runs have come at one end here. Norris with 1 for 3 or 4, and Graham thus far has gone for slightly more than a run a ball.
Here she comes again. All red strip from the New Road end. Back goes Jones, tries to dab behind square with softer hands this time, but again the result's the same, a dot ball. Plenty of encouragement from the Thunder players, they certainly feel in this game at the moment.
Sticking with their preferred field used through the vast majority of power plays in 50 over cricket, Thunder, the deep third and the deep backward square.
Graham bowls, and that one is a swing and a miss. It had the look of an edge for just a second, but there was daylight between the edge of that Eve Jones bat and the ball as it went through to the wicketkeeper Threlkeld. Graham at the back of a run. And delivers again. There's a attempt to flick there, leg side, and Threlkeld does very well to just get a hand to the ball and prevent too much being added to the total.
For those Hold.
As Graham turns again at the end of the mark and paces her way in, delivers right arm around the wicket, driven to Alice Clark at cover point. No run on offer once again.
So for those maybe a little unfamiliar or joining us late, this game isn't quite It's a Knockout, but it's not far off. In truth, both of these sides have got quite a bit of making up to do if they are to reach the semi-finals of the Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy. It is 6th versus 7th in this match day 9. Sparks have 11 points thus far. Thunder have 9. South East Stars, the team, both of them are chasing, and they have 23. So they're 12 ahead of Sparks and they're 14 ahead of Thunder with just 5 games left after this. So for either of these two to lose today, that is almost that in terms of hopes of further progression.
Here comes Norris from the Diglis end, delivers, driving his free ball and takes the inside edge of the bat. Fielded had gone back a backward square leg to do the work there. 27 for 1 with the single. There's a gaggle of goals in the distance. Swoop round above the river there. River Severn, such a prominent feature round here. New Road in Worcester, between ourselves and where the cathedral stands in the distance. Green trees as well, always another thing you associate coming here to New Road with. As in comes Norris again to play the ball away, and that'll be down to third just for the single again. So steady progress in this over. Norris has been miserly with her bowling throughout so far and continues to be so here. .28 for 1 in the early stages. 2 fielders back on the leg side, one at long leg in front of the hotel, another out at backward square leg towards the scoreboard on the far side. Freeborn faces up against Norris with Threlk held up to the stumps, who just puts the hand to the chin, or the shoulder even, and contemplates where her side find themselves. Reminding you with Mike Perkins and Michael McCann here on the Central Sparks YouTube stream. And it's been Thunder on top so far, although the wickets column may concern them slightly that they've not made more inroads. If they can add a couple to it, they very much will be on top of this game. Here's Norris trying to do that, and it's bowled. Tara Norris dismissing Abby Freeborn for a rather torturous 6 in the end. Out trying to drive a delivery from Norris, which had swung back in and maybe just took a little bit of Freeborn's body on its way onto the stumps, but it was another good piece of left arm in swinging bowling, and Norris is becoming a very prolific targeter of the stumps with ball in hand for Thunder at the moment, and she manages to get that one to come back and dismiss Abby Freeborn 4-6. Second wicket to fall for the Central Sparks, and they find themselves in a spot of bother in the early stages of this one, and in need of an innings from Davina Perrin, who's going to the wicket next, or from Courtney Webb. A little word of encouragement on the way past from Abby Freeborn, but unfortunately for her, there's little she can do about it now because she has been bowled by Tara Norris. Mention as well, games happening elsewhere in this competition today, so we'll keep you across those throughout the day. We see the Sunrisers have reached 38 for 2 against the Northern Diamonds. They were the early pace setters in this competition, up towards the top of the table, but have dropped behind the Southern Vipers, who have won the toss and chosen to field against the South East Stars. Looks like there's a delayed start in that one. Storm have reached 56 without loss after 15 overs. They're taking on the Blaze, which are probably the side who might be able to sneak in, although they're coming from a very, very poor start to the competition this season when they were missing the quality of the Bryces. Georgie Boyce, who used to play for Lancashire Thunder and then moved to the East Midlands side with her Nottingham connections. She's been out for most of the season too, so they're missing sort of 3 of their top 4 from last season at the start of the year, but they're starting to get them back. They've got the likes of Groves and Hyam back, and that certainly helped them in winning the T20, so they may be the one to watch sneaking into that top 4 as Perrin just turns this one round the corner, picks up another single. 29 for 2 the total moves on to with that neat little stroke to get Perrin going and off the mark. The talented teenager in that purple shirt of Sparks with the yellow trim and the black trousers contrasting with the all red of Thunder. Here comes Norris again. Diglas End pacing into the wicket. The left-handed Eve Jones waits for and is back in a crease, defends out to cover. The fielding will be done by the Australian Katie Mack, and that will bring to the end the 9th over of the innings. So 9 overs gone, 29 for 2 is the total at this point in the game. And very much it's been a case of Thunder on top here. They just felt they needed another wicket there, and they've got one. And there's a rebuilding job for Central Sparks to do. Probably the 10 and the 15 over marks, they'll be looking to make sure they survive to those without losing another wicket now, and then try to progress their innings from there. Of course, the ball can't be allowed to go completely quiet here. An interesting little change here, bit of spin being brought into the attack. Phoebe Graham's first spell was a relatively expensive one in the context of this game. It's been Norris who's been the more miserly. So Lancashire decide they're going to switch up and look for a little bit of spin here. Thank you for joining us on the Central Sparks YouTube stream. Good to have you with us here today at New Road. Yeah, 23 for no reward for Phoebe Graham from her first 4 overs. So Sophie Morris is going to try and have a go. And she's driven first up by Davina Perrin in orderly fashion to short cover. No run on offer on that occasion. Tara Norris doing the fielding. Tall figure of Graham at mid-off rather, Tatani at mid-on, as that one's driven smoothly through the offside. And there's a little bit of a chase for the cover sweeper to do. Picked up cleanly inside the rope though, so the scoring's kept to 2. 31 for 2 moves on to Katie Mack it is, who's found herself out on the far side. The other sweeper at the moment is Fee Morris, who's out towards the mid-wicket boundary. As Morris bowls, and that's out. Bowled. Perrin just reading the line of Sophie Morris slightly wrong. She beats her pad as she departs from the wicket, and it's 31 for 3, and it's all sorts of trouble for the Central Sparks at the moment. We said Thunder just needed to add a couple of wickets to their total, and they did so here in a couple of overs. The introduction of spin working, and 31 for 3 the score now, as Davina Perrin just seemed to read the wrong line of that one. Michael McCann, was that your view of it?
Yeah, and it's a little bit tough as well in a different way facing spin on a pitch like this. You've got to wait even longer for it than you normally might, with it being touch slow. Some can skid on. It's not the kind of track on which, if we're honest, you're going to get a lot of lateral movement, whether you're an offie or a leggy. But there's uncertain bounce, a slowness in the wicket, a bit of grass on that wicket as well that I saw when going out for the toss. It's a very traditionally English kind of a wicket. If you were to be coming at it from Courtney Webb's point of view, you couldn't really blame her for thinking, isn't this the kind of wicket I expected to see in early May? as opposed to early July. But such is the nature of the English summer that has never quite really got going, apart from a couple of weeks in June. The recent rain has meant that this is a pitch for the bowlers. And the one thing Sparks have got to keep in their head here, and Jones will know this, she's a very experienced campaigner, is if they bat the 50 overs and can get even 150 plus, who knows, because it's pretty open secret that the weakest part of Lancashire Thunder's game over the last years has been their batting.
Yeah, it feels stick a number on the board and just see if it's good enough as Morris comes into bowl here to Webb, who's back, and there's hands on heads from the Lancashire Thunder players because they know that was a play forward 2 ball, not a play back 2 ball, and I think the Australian perhaps going into down under mode rather than English mode there for the first ball. Picks up a single though. I'm
not sure there's too many playback balls on this wicket, to be perfectly honest.
No, it doesn't have the feel of a playback day, particularly to a spinner like Sophie Morris. It did just enough, didn't it, that one to pair in, just to, as I say, just to get her to misread the line. But it was mainly a case of keeping the stumps in play, and I think that'll be the Lancashire tactic. They do like to use their spinners. Hannah Jones, of course, leading wicket taker in the competition, as that one's defended by Jones into the leg side. No run on offer. Tick past 11:30.
Yep, and then just to add to the rhyming confusions, you would imagine that there'll be a bit of Fee Morris as well later on.
Here's Sophie Morris, and she's driven very smoothly by Eve Jones, who seems to be the one who's got the measure of this wicket so far, and is looking for 3 but doesn't get it with that drive off the back foot, and it goes on to 34 for 3, the scoreboard, just whirring along now. Michael McCann, you can take us through the next 10 overs, but those first 10 have very much belonged to the visiting side, who've won the toss, elected to bowl, and picked up 3 wickets in the power play.
Yes, another disappointing power play for the Central Sparks with the bat, which has been an unfortunate theme of their Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy campaign. But the one crumb of positivity will come from Eve Jones being there. She's scored more than half of the runs in the innings so far, indeed roughly 2/3 of them, and having made 136 not out against these very same opponents at Old Trafford a couple of months ago. Thunder will be already sick of the sight of her and all too aware of the importance of her wicket. For now, it's Norris from the Diglis end bowling to Webb. He's just pushing into the onside for 1. Webb, who is a former AFL player, moved to South Australia in 2020, and on the cricket field spent some time with Tasmania and the Melbourne Renegades. Played for Carlton in the AFL until 2019, when she had to give that up for cricket, understandably. Various cricket teams in Australia not exactly being overwhelmingly chuffed with the concept that their player would be playing a highly
It's not the least dangerous of sports that I've ever seen. I don't really know what's going on, I'll be honest, when I watch it. But
it's carnage, absolute carnage.
There seems to be quite a bit of fighting going on a lot of the time.
Yes.
Which
if I was a cricket team, I would not really want one of my highly prized assets of an athlete like Courtney Webb to be playing AFL, and indeed that was the end of her time in it. Norris again to Jones. That's it. Beautiful looking off drive, but straight at Datani at mid-off, so no reward for that one for Eve Jones. Off the field, Courtney Webb has studied business and law as well. Very important for players to have multiple plans as well as professional cricket. And there's all the more being done in the game to give them that support wherever possible. Norris once more back of a length, just worked away by Jones, using the pace out to 3rd for 1, 36 for 3. She has 23 of them, and for all the chaos that's been going on around her, has looked relatively comfortable.
Yeah, as I say, that I suppose she'll want to get that strike rate back up to near a 1 a ball as the innings goes on, but she'll be quite happy with where it is for now. It was at 1 a ball in the early stage, or more or less 1 a ball, just under 1 a ball in the early stages. I think with the wickets falling, she's just had to take a bit of a back seat. Webb's highest score then since joining the Sparks is 40. She'll want to go beyond that.
It's firmly struck to the right of Titania mid-on. They think of 2. 2 wasn't there. Webb hurriedly remakes her ground. So Norris in her 6th over here. She's bowled magnificently, 2 for 9. The question for Frelkeld is how long does she keep her going for? She's often only bowled 4 or 5 up front. She's stretched out to a 6th here because you would imagine of the excellency of her bowling from this Diglis end. This might be the last 2 balls of her spell.
Yeah, you want to keep a couple back, don't you, just in case you need them later on, I think.
Just worked by Jones. Down to fine leg. Big chase required. I think it has been kept in play. That's a good diving, tumbling stop. Comes back in at the expense of 2. There's a bit of a moment where it sort of looks like umpires Bambury and Widdop are looking round to just ask for an honesty policy on the fielder of whether it was kept in play. The response seems to be yes. It looks like it might have been a little shoulder injury in making the stop as well. So I think it was also just a check that the fielder was all right.
It looked okay to me, I have to say.
Norris again. Jones misses going back and cutting to one that wasn't quite that short. So concedes 5 off her over Norris. 2 for 11 for the American speedster off her 6 thus far. 39 for 3 off 11.
I think it was worth that extra one, because if she'd picked up Eve Jones in that over, then
well, that's probably the
you may as well start bowling Norris right through and trying to knock them over in one go kind of thing. But I think having not got her, they will they'll just sort of back off slightly here, Thunder, and I'd be tempted, given Morris has picked up a wicket, to maybe go Hannah Jones, get the leading wicket taker in the competition on, and really start to pile that pressure on the Central Sparks and look to it, either take the wickets or at very least get them a long way behind the rate with the accuracy of Jones.
Slog sweep, missed. We'll have to re-bowl that one. Got a bit more protection, understandably so, given we are now out of the power play, but Thunder have only got a couple out, which reflects on an attacking position they feel in the contest, as that's nibbled away through square leg for 1. There's Fee Morris in front of us at deep mid wicket. On the far side, it's deep cover.
It's Katie Mack out there,
and then
Australian.
Everybody else is in the ring. So he might be out of the power play, but skipper Frelkeld inclined to attack, and you can't really blame her. Now he's having a little conversation about whether to put a few more out with Jones onto strike.
I think it's quite clever, though, to almost say, look, it's a fairly sticky wicket. It's not going to be easy to go over the top. Right, you've got to get a few through first.
Straight at short backward point. No run. Yeah, why not for the risk of a boundary or 2? Absolutely worth it in this context. Shorter rocks back, hit hard and stopped tumbling by Graham to her left, but there's always one there.
That possibly was the ball to try and hit to the boundary, though. It was very short, that one, and Jones hit it firmly but straight at the fielder Graham.
So again, just 2 out for Webb at deep mid wicket and deep cover. Oh, that's kept low. That's kept very low, and that's gone through everybody. Chase needed. Recovered at the expense of 2. It looks to be 2 off the bottom edge. No signal from umpire Bambury. 46 for 3.
Yeah, just took sort of the outside half down towards the toe there, I think. But again, it was going back to a delivery where Webb should have probably been forward, and it brings the slip in as well now in the form of Seren Smale.
Webb this time goes back and finds deep cover for 1. So Webb has 7 thus far in this competition this season. He's got 120 runs at a respectable enough average of 30 and a very healthy strike rate of 85, the best strike rate by distance of any Central Sparks batter. He's a very busy player. As Jones gets that straight to square leg. Finishes another over. 12 overs gone then. 6 off that one. 45 for 3. So the rate 3.75. But it's the wickets lost as well that's a concern for Sparks. Now, as expected, Norris will take a breather there after a very healthy 6 overs thus far. And
I thought it might be.
Yep.
Hannah Jones.
Has trailed. And she's had quite the tournament so far. 17 wickets at an average of 20. Has gone at 4.8 and over, which isn't overly tight, but always offers the threat of wicket-taking potential. And an excellent strike rate. Wicket every 25 balls. Just over 1 every 4 overs or so in this competition this season. For the Silent Assassin, as Paul Shaw once nicknamed her. She's starting with one that's a touch over pitch though, and Fee Morris has got a big chase to make around from cover point. It's a comfortable trotted 2. Nice shot from Webb, who moves on to 9.
Now I think Hannah Jones will not give Webb any choice whether she plays backwards or forwards. It's generally her way is to bowl just full in at the stumps and try and keep things very, very simple. And that seems to be the strategy here.
Some slightly strangled LBW appeals. I always slightly have the view at any level of cricket that until the bowler and the wicketkeeper are both appealing in unison, you should never take an LBW appeal too seriously.
It's always a giveaway when the wicketkeeper's appealing having gone down the leg side.
Yes. Webb driving through the covers nicely again. Gets 1 to Graham, he has to make ground to her left.
It's like appealing for a catch when you felt the need to whip the bails off. It detracts from the appeal somewhat.
Plenty of cricket going on elsewhere as well. Sunrisers are 50 for 4 in the 14th over against the Northern Diamonds. Western Storm are 81 for 2 after 20 overs against the Blaze at Cheltenham. And at Newbury, the South East Stars are 2 without loss in the 3rd over against the Southern Vipers. 46 over a side game there. That's out to 3rd, and that's 4 more. And that's the Sparks 50 up. And unsurprisingly, it is Eve Jones yet again who is the backbone of the effort. It's a rare ball from Jones that one can go back to. Jones went deep in her crease, just worked it away through that vacant space. Clever shot, 52 for 3. Jones once again in fine fettle. This time he's just blocking that one out.
Yeah, we've got Jones to Jones. We've got 2 Morrises on the pitch.
Yeah, I was going to mention this. Thank goodness that Amy Jones as well isn't playing. It just becomes a labyrinth of rhyming names and same surnames. So that's just jabbed away. So 2 dots to end the over. 52 for 3 off 13. 7 off that one. I was commentating on the Bryces batting for plays both at T20 finals day and then also the week after against Stars, and just said for the next passage, but it will be Catherine and Sarah because otherwise it just becomes a nightmare. And this is not an over familiarity. Of course, conventionally commentators primarily stick with players' surnames, but you go with those 2 while that's happening. It's going to get very confusing very quickly.
The rate up to 4, that'll help the Sparks out a little bit here. No.
We haven't even got Fee Morris bowling yet as well.
No, yeah, we've got 2 Morrises and a Norris.
Oh, gone! That kept a bit low, but Webb went back to one that she maybe should have been forward to. 52 for 4. That's a big wicket. The Australian, who's been a really good run scorer for Sparks this season in both formats, might have flicked off her pad on the way through. It seems like she was gesturing. Morris picks up Thunder's 4th, and Eve Jones is standing alone here in resistance for Central Sparks so far. 52 for 4.
Yeah, just when we'd found a little positive for Sparks and a sign they might be able to rebuild, Thunder straight back in and in amongst the wickets. And it's Katie George, plenty of experience, 2 ODIs and 5 T20s earlier in her career before some significant injuries. She's one of the ones who, I think I'm right, she certainly played for Manchester Originals before. I think she'll be switching teams for the 100, so this might be quite a strange experience for her, but she's got some real work to do in the Sparks shirt today, because, as you say, it's looking, Michael McCann, as if 150 might not be a bad score at all on this. Certainly the way Thunder are making use of the ball, it's looking very, very difficult. But it was a dismissal that I think we probably saw coming there, that there's only so many times you can play back like that, and it's obviously an Australian instinct growing up on bouncy pitches to play that way, but
and even for England, this is a as we've alluded to, this is a quintessentially English surface.
Not a lot's going over the top of the stumps, and it is one where you just have to get forward more often than not.
So Katie George facing up. First ball is blocking reasonably confidently. She's had a decent RHFT with the bat so far. 178 runs, including a couple of half centuries at an average a tickle under 30. And a reasonable strike rate of 71. He's going back and confidently cutting out to deep cover to get off the mark. 53 for 4. They'll hope for a steadying hand from George alongside Jones here.
The difference, I guess, with that last shot where she did go back is it was missing the stumps. It had the way. That's probably when you can afford to do it. I think that's probably what Jones did in the previous over.
That's a good length from Morris, just pushed back by Jones. You would be forgiven for having some thoughts as she's at the non-striker's end of, can someone just stick with me for a bit? Please. To the pads, but going down. For those late to us, Chloe Brewer out for 1 of 5. LBW to Tara Norris. Abby Freeborn bowled by Norris for 6 of 17. Davina Perrin bowled by Sophie Morris for 3 of 4. And Courtney Webb bowled by Sophie Morris for 10 off 10. Which way? Good tumbling stop in the onside to ensure no run. 14 gone. Successful over for Morris, who's already picked up a couple. 53 for 4.
Yeah, 12 for 2. Sophie Morris so far. Quite happy with those figures. And she's built on the good start from Tara Norris, who has also picked up 2 for 11 in her 6 overs. So a very good start from the seamer, and now being backed up by the spinners. And Hannah Jones will want to grab as many of these last 6 as she can to stay ahead in that leading wicket takers in the competition column.
I'm sure somebody will correct me if I'm wrong, but is there a cap or anything? I can't say I've ever heard of it. If there is.
there's not a sort of IPL orange cap type thing.
Let's get some caps flying around. It's all a bit of good fun, that. It's Jones right on the button. George just respects what is a good ball.
The leading wicket taker last season was a Central Sparks player in Georgia Davis, who took 27.
Slightly shorter, just rocks back. That's it. Nice strong shot from George out to the deep cover sweeper. Fee Morris, who has been yet to be used yet. You would imagine it would only be a matter of time. In terms of other bowling options, could turn to Emma Lamb's off spin, could look to Naomi Ditani's left arm seamers, so there's plenty of variety in the attack.
Yeah, they've tended not to go with Lamb since the bad back injury. They've tended to just take that off her workload. I think it's more been Morris they've used as the third spinner, as in Fee Morris rather than Sophie.
Yeah, it's very rare that you see, there's a couple of dots pass by, a Thunder scorecard where Fee Morris has not bowled her allocation in either format. One of the signings of the season, last season across all women's regional cricket. Nice length there. Jones chose to go back. Went off the outside edge to Morris at backward point. He's having a chuckle about something as she zings it into Frelkeld's gloves. Remember, this is effectively all but a knockout game really at this stage of things. So that's down the ground. It's managed to beat both the bowler and mid-off. Ditani has to go round chasing. I think there was just a hand on it to slow it down. And some good quick running brings 2. So end of the over, 3 off at 56 for 4 off 15.
Yeah, the closest Hannah Jones has come previously to being the leading wicket taker was second in the 2021 edition, where she was behind Kirsty Gordon with 16. Grace Scrivens won it in 22 from memory. And as we say, last year it was George Davis with 27 who won that particular award last season. And that's by far the biggest tally as well. Charlotte Taylor, of course, at Southern Vipers won it in the first edition during the pandemic with 15.
Speaking of wickets, Morris will be hunting some more here. Already has 2, of course, in Perrin and Webb. George just nurdling away to the left of square leg for 1. Elsewhere, the South East Stars going circumspectly at Newbury when facing the Southern Vipers. That game's been rain reduced to 46 overs a side. Stars are 14 for none in the 6th over.
They've not lost too many there then.
No run that time into the onside.
It's continuing to look like a very wise decision to bowl first, and understandable why both captains were in agreement.
It's just jabbed back to the bowler once more. Some really nice lines and lengths here from Morris. Testing and probing. At Cheltenham, Western Storm having a decent day with the bat against the Blaze. So that's short hit straight to cover, slight misfield, but it won't cost them anything. Sophie Luff and Fran Wilson in. They're 100 for 2 after 22. Sophia Smell made 32. Emma Corney 23. Slightly shorter. Maddie's guided out to deep cover this time for 1, so Morris concedes just 2 off that over. 58 for 4 off 16. One team who certainly aren't having a good day with the bat is the Sunrisers at York. They are 54 for 7. If you heard me correctly, 54 for 7 off 15. Jo Gardner top scorer with 21. Alice McLeod with 19. Nobody else has made it in to double figures. Doing the damage, Beth Langston with 4 for 9 of her 6.
Beth Langston's back, goodness me.
He's back with a bang as well.
Yeah.
It's a heck of a set of figures. Full programme of RHF games today. Down the track, we haven't seen much of that today from Jones, but it's straight at mid-off. 2 spinners whirring away here for Thunder.
My guess would be the York track is not too dissimilar to this one.
Yep, there's been a lot of rain. So that's again confidently played to mid-off. There's been a lot of rain right around the country the last 3 or 4 days. And that is going to have a significant effect on surfaces, even with covers. Right down the track this time, meeting it on the half volley. That's a quality shot from Jones. The first time we've seen anyone for Sparks today convincingly dance down the pitch, and it's the kind of shot that puts the pressure right back on the bowler.
Lovely stroke from Eve Jones, and I guess that's the flip side of the coin with Hannah Jones's accuracy, is at least you know where it's going to be. And Eve Jones very much seemed to go, if this is where I think it is, I'm coming down, I'm hitting it hard, and she did.
So how does Jones respond? Slightly pushing at that one. I've just realised what I did there, out to long off for one. Of course, I could have applied to either Jones and saying, how does Jones respond? I think it was obvious which one I meant on that occasion. Yeah, she doesn't get the ball necessarily that far above the eye line, so if you decide you're going to charge, you've got to go early and with real conviction. This time George is going right back deep in her crease and slog sweeping. It's a clever shot because there's nobody behind square on the leg side who's back. And indeed, while she didn't quite time it, she got more than enough to get 4. So clever manipulation of length in this over from both batters.
Again, though, it didn't roll away as quickly as the batter might have liked there, but it was a very, very good stroke.
A respectful dot to end the over. A productive over for Sparks. 67 for 4. So try and rebuild. 67 for 4 off 17. So even just going at this rate, if they could bat the overs, would get them 200. But of course, there is a doubt as to whether Sparks would manage to do that, given the loss of those early wickets. Makes the pressure on these two even greater.
It's a very interesting score, though, with Sunrisers 7 down in that one. Both those sides have 25 points. Sunrisers were the inform side at the start of the competition, but clearly Diamonds have taken their opportunity to have a crack at them.
Worked away but straight to point. Won't get anything for that.
Diamonds
does the fielding.
The only side other than the Vipers, of course, to win this competition.
Yeah, it was. Come back to that in a second. Norris continuing. Up to short mid-wicket. It was very noticeable on finals day when Stars beat Vipers. The general sentiment around the ground was one of delight, I would put it as. So that's straight to extra cover. Again, no run. And I don't mean that as disrespect to anyone in the Southern Vipers camp, of which I know plenty. It's just simply the fact that when you've won as many times as they have, you get to a point where everybody else almost gangs up and is just pleased to see you not. Hit hard down the ground and taken by Phoebe Graham. Straight to mid-on. Well, Eve Jones will be furious with herself. That is a bit of a tame dismissal given the value of her wicket to her side. The Sparks skipper has to go. Coming down the pitch, she couldn't believe what she's done. She didn't quite commit to either hitting the ball hard along the ground or lofting it over mid-on. And it comes to Graham, struck firmly but at a comfortable enough catching height. Shoulder height, well taken. Straight at her, 67 for 5. Jones gone for 38 off 62.
Yeah, it was difficult to tell which one she was going for there, actually. Whether she was trying to hit it hard over the top or hard along the floor, and just got caught in between and got caught by Phoebe Graham. Another decent piece of bowling by Sophie Morris, who has worked hard for a place in this side and is very much trying to make the most of it now here at New Road with the track that is in her favour. George and Ellis then, a long discussion about how to go about this, and as I say, they just have to get some sort of number on the board, something around 150 you would think, but it feels a long way off at this stage, and it's been a very tacky pitch, and that's why Eve Jones is out.
Just from the angle of the bat face, I would think Jones was looking to go up and over there. Just from the way the bat face came through, how hard it was hit as well.
Yeah.
I think she'd gone into full-blooded committed mode of trying to go over the
back
top
at the crucial moment, didn't she, and just lost a bit of her power.
So that's guided by Ellis straight to cover. Of course, cricket is also a game of luck, and as excellent a fielder as Phoebe Graham is, that ball was travelling 5 yards either side, and that is 4 because it was hit that hard. Sometimes luck isn't quite with you. Goes short, rocks back, and this is almost hit. There's a catching chance out to Morris at deep mid-wicket, who I imagine will be gently nibbling the ear of skipper Frelkeld and saying, when can I have a bowl, Skip? 68 for 5 off 18. Another successful over for Lancashire Thunder, and another successful over for Sophie Morris, who has 3 for 15 off her 5.
It was interesting, we were discussing potential player movements before. Amy Campbell out the Central Sparks side today. Of course, she's from the northeast, so I wonder if she is one that Durham might be interested in potentially bringing into their side, so that they have a player as well as a coach from their neck of the woods.
That's the 19th. Starts with Ellis just rocking back and guiding it back into the hands of the bowler. Yeah, of course, getting Hazel in as director of cricket, Danny Hazel, you would think was a big move for Durham, poaching her from Yorkshire on a long-term contract. So that's again driven straight back to Jones. It's fair to say the dynamic between those teams has caused the most wider interest as to how that might play out because of the slightly unusual way things have ended up. So that's short, out to deep cover, and this will get one. For those unfamiliar, women's cricket moving into being 8 counties next season rather than 8 regions, but Yorkshire then joining the season after, making 9, and then Glamorgan the season after that making 10. So that's straight to short fine leg on the sweep. Though according to various well-placed sources I know, despite the fact that the Northern Diamonds, who are competing this season as a region and are, very close to being Yorkshire in some ways, will no longer exist next season. This will be one more out to square leg. Reportedly, Yorkshire's still looking to sign players for next season.
Oh, I think that's well known. I think that's
which if you're listening and you're thinking, so they're signing players for a team that is not going to play any cricket, you would be correct. It is a curious situation. A bit more flight on that one. That's rare from Jones that she does that. It's a flighted Yorker, if you will, and Ellis actually did well to dig that out and read it. 70 for 5 off 19. So it will definitely be fascinating to see quite how that all pans out. There's all sorts of different ways being discussed of that being negotiated, and there's quite a few players I know whose phones have been ringing a fair bit from different parts of the country who've got some decisions to make.
Yeah, it has got a little bit messy, and particularly as we don't really know what was in the bids. I mean, there was one thing I'd heard that was definitely a rumour that I put to somebody from that team.
It's the first ball of the 20th is just guided out by George for one more.
And it was categorically not true. And there are a lot of the fact we sort of almost don't know what was in the bids beyond the criteria that was set in the first place means that there are a lot of whispers flying around at the minute.
Won't get one that time, too close to extra cover. I think the one thing you would say, if you're joining us from the Red Rose side of the Pennines divide, is you'll be quite happy to be sitting where they are when it comes to the women's cricket setup. So that's again straight to extra cover, followed by Norris. Things are a lot more stable when it comes to Lancashire Thunder, and in terms of having a transition, you would imagine theirs will be one of the most seamless. So that's straight back to Morris. No real change in terms of infrastructure, setup, use of grounds.
Well, the fact Cheshire and Cumbria have always really kind of been feeder counties anyway, and will continue to be so as well.
That's just nibbled away to deep backward square. They thought of a single, definitely not one there. A little bit of chat between George and Ellis just to try and make sure lines of communication are established. A lot of wickets fall off the last ball of overs like this. 4 dots in a row. Ellis will get one here though, just nibbling it away through fine leg. Well, they do come back pretty comfortably, so 73 for 5 off 20 then. These two trying to rebuild things. Of course, when it comes to Lancashire Thunder, they're one of the relatively few regions who was right throughout their era. It was almost a bit of an in-joke that every year the Thunder kit would look more and more like the Lancashire kit. In terms of transitioning from a region to a county, theoretically, Thunder should be extremely well placed in that regard.
Yeah, I think it's the most seamless of the transitions, as you say. And Hannah Jones will no doubt expect to be part of it as the leading wicket taker in the Thunder regional set. Of course, they were around in the KSL days as well. And that dot ball indicating her accuracy. It was driven up to mid-on from full of length. Bowls again. Allows the sweep this time from Katie George, but it picks out the fielder at backward square leg. And there is 1 run taken. So 74 for 5 now. So they're approaching halfway to that 150 mark, but they've lost half their wickets, which will be the concern. And the better half of the batting as well, as that one is played to Alice Clark at short cover. You must be thinking she potentially wouldn't get isn't going to get a huge go with the bat here, having been brought into the side, because there might not be many to chase, but who knows, a useful 15 or 20 here could be what it requires if it does get down to Alice Clark in the order. Another one taken with that push out to cover on the boundary. Fee Morris still out doing the patrolling. Got Katie Mack and Tara Norris out on the opposite side, the leg side, as Jones almost seamlessly there bowls the ball, collects it from a defensive stroke in a follow through and walks back to her mark. She'll just want to rewind that and play it again. More or less does. It's driven up to mid-on though this time, so needs a tumbling stop from Dutani to keep the scoring to 1. 76 for 5.
So to give you a bit of an idea as to how dependent the rest of the Central Sparks innings is on these two, Bethan Ellis has 109 runs in this competition at an average of 27. Katie George has 178 at a very respectable average of 30. The 4 to follow, none of them average more than 9. Yeah. So by modern standards, there is not as much to come for Central Sparks. They might have like Emily Arlett on her day is a very capable hitter, but this is a tough scenario to bat in.
Morris of the Sophie variety bowls to Katie George, who is forward and defends into the leg side this time. Clark was there to do the fielding dot ball to start this latest Sophie Morris over. That's a bit fuller, but it dipped the last minute and Katie George had to be watchful with her drive. She found cover, no run. Sophie Morris so far with 3 wickets for 18. Very, very respectable indeed. Looking to bowl her team for victory. She'll have bowled on a few wickets like this from Upton Cricket Club on the Wirral. The track can be a tad tacky in that part of the world.
The odd bit of rain, very occasionally.
Yeah, the Wirral weirdly tends to get better weather than the rest of Cheshire actually, as that one's short of length and pushed up to mid-off, but the track at Upton can be a bit green and low and nibbly, I think it's fair to say, as Morris comes in, having not conceded a run so far in this over. and won't do so there as George is attempting to cut powerfully but not finding a way past the fielder as a man with a beer keg disappears in behind the hotel there.
I don't think that's all for him.
I don't think so, no. There's Morris around the wicket bowls, and that one's prodded leg side, no run on offer. And 76 for 5, maiden over from Sophie Morris. And 6 pretty similar balls, flighted one up that invited the drive from Katie George, but she couldn't find a way past cover. And Sophie Morris continuing to bowl very nicely indeed. 7 overs now, 18 for 3, including that maiden.
So what's your next bowling change here? So Morris has got 3 left. Do you just think she's bowling that while you bowl her out? Hannah Jones at the moment none for 24 or 5. She is going to bowl her 6th. At what point do you get Fee Morris into the game?
You do look to break it up somewhere, don't you, as that one hits the pad going down the leg side is the indication from umpire McCann next to me. That ball is the result.
Got the benefit of a replay monitor. We're not in line ourselves.
Here's Hannah Jones again, tickled round the corner. No run on offer.
So do forgive us. We're sort of at a flat, deep cover position for where Ellis is in this over. So at times we do sound a bit uncertain over certain LBW shouts and the ball swinging. That's why.
Yeah, sort of a cover for the right-hander at the moment as Ellis pushes this one to mid-on. It was full of length and in towards her toes, but she didn't manage to find a gap on that occasion. Again, Jones bringing her forward, and it's very difficult to know when to change this because both these bowlers are bowling very, very accurately indeed. The umpire just having a little look at whether there's any encroachment onto the wicket here, but I'd be very surprised if Hannah Jones is encroaching. There's a little bit of a chat going on with the bowler though. She always doesn't seem like she goes far enough to encroach, as that one is driven into the offside. Clark there with the fielding.
Yeah, it's not an extravagant follow through at all, really, from the silent assassin, as Paul Shaw nicknamed her.
It might just be that little split step that she takes to just get into a catching position after she delivers, as that one's driven past her. Phoebe Graham, good piece of fielding up there at mid-off to keep the score in 2-1. But it's the only run in the last 12 balls. And the total moves 77 for 5. Sparks just having to try and grind a total out here. And Thunder really have the squeeze on. And actually, it's very difficult to know when to change it here because these two are just bowling so well at the moment. You feel you may as well keep either killing overs in the games with maidens and overs that only go for 1, or they're picking up wickets. So,
but that could, were this pair to survive through the next 5-6 overs, lead you to needing to make a double bowling change, which you might not prefer.
I think Threlkel might be thinking, I can almost put them out the game with this little spell here. As that one's clipped leg side, it does bring 1. I'm sure if a couple of boundaries go in an over from either end, then the change will come. But at this stage, you know, there's no fear about chasing overs going for none or 1. So you may as well take as many of them as you can get. Morris bowls. George drives back to the bowler. It's well fielded. It's another dot ball.
Yeah, but you also build that sense eventually that you've got to do something extravagant, these two Sparks batters, to break that shackle.
Short of length. Cut away, but only as far as cover. And again, no run on offer as a result.
There's been a clatter of wickets at Newbury. South East Stars 19 for 3 off 10 against the Southern Vipers. Freya Davies with 2 of them, Mary Taylor with the other.
Now over the top goes Katie George and gets just enough of it. Had it not been played straight of Phoebe Graham, it might have been a repeat of the Jones dismissal. But she just about takes the risk and gets away with it. 2 more to the total, 80 for 5. But it was a big risk for 2 runs, and it sounds like from that score, South East Stars game, the score in the Sunrisers game where wickets have been tumbling too, that batting is very difficult wherever we are in the country at the moment. George back into a crease and backing up the 2 with a single here. She's even going to look to come back. The batters think better of it. 81 for 5. So very attritional cricket being played wherever you look.
Yeah, that was a scoreboard pressure release shot if ever I've seen it. That one down the ground. Thunder won't mind that at all.
Sparks still hanging in there. 69 for 7 at the moment is the score I can see, as that one's driven into the offside. Norris there again at cover. Another dot ball. 81 for 5 the score moves on to.
You mean Sunrisers?
Sunrisers, sorry. Who did I say?
Sparks.
Sparks. Sorry, Sparks are here.
Very easily done. Very easily
but
done.
they are
particularly when you have so many
too.
with the S's. You have Storm, Sparks, Sunrisers, and Stars as well. 4 of the 8. If you like your bits of alliterative commentary or confusing names, not ideal. Half the teams in the competition would.
It's not, no. But yeah, Sunrise is relying on Surun Kumar and Gray at the moment to try and force them to a total. But as I say, the runs column not really moving anywhere, which is why 150 might just be enough for the Sparks here at New Road. Cut off the back foot out to Fee Morris. Mike Perkins and Michael McCann here at New Road today. As another single is taken.
The reason we're saying that about 150 is we've seen some keep low. We've seen some moisture in the wicket. We've seen it swing. We've seen there's a bit there for the spinners.
Here's Jones. It's clipped behind square on the leg side. They're going to look for 2. Was there any bat involved? We'll find out in a moment from the umpire, who does signal wide. So it was a good distance down the leg side in the end, by the looks of that. And
she was trying to push that through quicker and flatter, and just lost her line.
And this might be the answer to your question of when it's time to break them. Either one or both of them might just take off at this point.
Well, Sophie Morris has only got 2 left, and she's bowling that well. 3 for 22. I'd be inclined to just bowl her out.
Here comes Hannah Jones from the Diglis end, touched into the leg side by a retreating onto the back foot Ellis. It was a wise stroke in the end, 86 for 5. But it's been difficult to drive as well as been. So when you do have to play forward so often, you need to be scoring off the drive, and that's been problematic. It's almost been one of those games where you can put your extra cover, your mid-wicket, your mid-off, your mid-on, and pretty much stop that stroke is being proved there, as that one's driven up to mid-on by Katie George on the floor.
Yep, they've had a pretty straight mid-wicket and a pretty straight extra covering for most of this innings, Lancashire Thunder.
No run there for George then. Last ball of the over. What's she going to attempt here? Will the concentration break at all? Drives again, but again gets no run. And it's very, very difficult to score off that drive, but equally it's one of the few shots you can safely play on this wicket. 86 for 5 then at the halfway stage of the innings. So really grinding it out as we take the drinks here at New Road. It's been a very, very attritional game, and as you say, a lot of rain in the last few days right across the country, a lot of rain pre-season here at New Road, so it's hardly a surprise that the batting is difficult here, but it really is proving so, and I think we're going to actually see quite a tense chase potentially. Of course, 1 or 2 of the batters could get away and make it look nice and easy, but at the moment it's looking like it's going to be a real low scorer here.
Oh, absolutely. And when you also factor in the difficulties Lancashire Thunder have had with the bat in the last couple of seasons, even if the Sparks can get 150, you sense that will set up a nervy run chase. Taking you elsewhere, Stars versus Vipers, 4th versus 1st, just 4 points between those two. Stars know that victory in that one would take them above the Vipers, but they're in all sorts of trouble at Newbury. They are 22 for 3.
I'm seeing 22 for 4 now as well.
Oh,
so the 4th one literally just falling now. So they're in real bother there. Latest out is Kalia Moore for 3.
So Freya Davies has got 3 for 8 there. Elsewhere, Western Storm are the one team in the country having a good time with the bat. They are trying to stop the Blaze's current run of momentum across all formats. Western Storm bottom, Blaze 5th, and eyeing a late surge to get into the top 4, but Storm, through their 2 experienced campaigners, are building well right now. They're 129 for 2 after 29. Fran Wilson and Sophie Luff have put on an unbroken 58 for the 3rd wicket. Wilson has 39 of them. Luff has 29, a wicket for Kirsty Gordon and 1 for Josie Groves earlier on in the piece there. That's at Cheltenham. Meanwhile, Sunrisers are 85 for 7 in the 23rd over at York on what seems to be a tough wicket for batting. Amusuren Kumar has 16 not out. Joe Gardner and Alice McLeod are the only other batters to get into double figures apart from Eva Gray, who has 11. Those two have actually put on an unbroken 31 for the 8th wicket, which you'd think normally wouldn't be a lot to shout about, but when you come together on 54 for 7, it feels like something of a recovery. Beth Langston with 4 for 9, thus far the star of the piece for the Diamonds. And here, of course, Central Sparks finding it tough, 86 for 5 at the midway point of the piece. Emma Lamb just having a little chuckle about something with 2 not out batters, Katie George and Bethan Ellis. I think we're just about to get back underway now. Players heading back out into their fielding positions. Umpire Widdop has just had a quick comfort break. He's back out on the field of play. The 12th for both teams has left. Fee Morris is going through some very rigorous bowling warm-ups in front of us, which is either because she is about to come on and bowl, or she is truly trying to signpost to skipper Frelkel that she really fancies a bowl on a track like this.
I think she might have just been tipped the wink that she's coming on.
For now, Morris is set to continue, and that makes sense.
Yeah,
Morris has only got two to complete.
2 to go.
8 overs, 1 maiden, 22 for 3. She's been up there with Norris as the pick of the bowlers so far. Those two have the 5 wickets to fall between them. And she will get us going after drinks, bowling to Ellis.
Good to have you back with us after drinks on the Central Sparks YouTube stream. You with Mike Perkins and Michael McCann as Sophie Morris bowls, and forward defending, as has been the way in this innings, is Ellis, who's already faced 23 balls for her 8. She's down and sweeping and finding a gap and finding a boundary, which is exactly what Central Sparks need as often as possible. Had to take a little bit of a risk from what was actually a 25th delivery. Finds the rope though, and that takes her on to 12. It's a neat stroke, and Morris will just have to keep control of this because she's bowled very, very well indeed so far. Ellis waits once more. Back into a crease, nudging leg side. It's telling that there are still so many fielders up inside the ring here, and that's indicative of how difficult it's been to score at New Road today. Another dot ball. Morris left arm around. Will concede a single this time. Ditani with a direct hit. Well home was Ellis, who's quick between the wickets and had judged that well. 90 for 5.
You can always tell a bit about a run-out appeal when most of the appeals are coming from fielders who are not remotely in line.
I don't think Ditani was the least bit interested, despite having thrown down the stumps. 91 for 5 as Morris bowls, and that one's defended. It goes into the leg side where Alice Clark picks up, and Morris bowls again, driven firmly and down the ground. Good stop though by Phoebe Graham, and all those little moments like that where good pieces of fielding are done feel as if they're going to be crucial in what should be a low scoring game. 92 for 5. We've had 26 overs of the Central Sparks innings. They've been put in and have very much picked the short straw today, it feels, Michael McCann.
They absolutely have. They picked the shortest of the short straws. Phoebe Graham's a brilliant fielder. Is very much an epitome of the modern era, where no longer do fast bowlers sort of graze hidden away at fine leg and other such positions. It's normally right in the firing line. It's taken a very good catch that was struck very firmly there at shoulder height.
Yeah, she's had a good game today.
And here we go, Fee Morris. The bowling change we suspected might be the case, replacing Hannah Jones.
Definitely been tipped the wink during the drinks break there, hasn't she? And she's on her way now. Right arm off spin. And that one is cut away to Seren Smale, who finds herself out on the boundary now that Morris is bowling. That's usually Morris's position. I actually saw her just limbering that arm up because Seren Smale usually fields quite close to the bat. So she's perhaps having to just ensure that that arm's ready to do a bit of throwing. It'll be hit out in her direction again, but Clark gets there before it escapes the ring. Another single.
Will generally bowl very flat off spinners, Fee Morris. She's got one seam up she likes to push through, and occasionally flights one up above the eye line.
94 for 5. Morris approaching from the Diglis end, and that one is on a length and defended, and it's today just very much been a case of just keep the stumps in play for the bowlers, and as long as they've done that, it's been very, very difficult for any batter to score out here. George and Ellis trying to rebuild as that one's clipped behind square. Sophie Morris with the tumbling stop. 95 for 5 the total moves on to. Eve Jones the last to go, so the score then was
67.
67. So these are useful runs, but they've had to work very, very hard for them. They don't come back for the second.
Yeah, it's been 28 scored off just short of 10 overs of batting, and it's actually been good, sensible batting from George and Ellis. And the fact that you're there saying that about scoring about a rate like that tells you a lot about how the pitch is played.
So the 29th added with a single, and that'll become 30 for the partnership, with another one just nudged away by Katie George. That's what they've got to do. They've got to make sure they hit a bad ball if they get it, but it's very unlikely to come because it's just very much in the bowler's favour here. 97 for 5. We've had 27 overs. They can keep these 5 wickets until the last 10. They might even be able to go a little bit beyond 150 and start creeping up towards the 200 mark, but at the moment it's all about keeping those wickets in hand and just keeping it nudging along.
Yep, accumulation the order of the day right now. So 5 singles off that Fee Morris over will be happily taken by the Central Sparks.
And it will be Sophie Morris to complete her spell. 28 for 3 so far, including that one maiden. She starts the final over with a dot. And I think Sparks will be quite glad to see the back of her here. Here comes Sophie Morris, round the wicket, full of length, clipped into the leg side. It's going to be a tight single, but I think they knew there that they were going to get it to Hannah Jones, so it's completed with ease. 98 for 5 now, the total. Run rate sitting around about 3.6. Thrown up, hit leg side towards Datani at mid-on. Returns on the underarm on this occasion because she'd have to come so close to pick it up. But still just sticking in this pitch for the Thunder spinners, of which they have plenty. Another single for Ellis. 99, the score creeping up towards 3 figures. The singles are what are required at the moment, in fairness. George waits, goes back, cuts away. There's a fielder out on the cover boundary. So another one taken, but the 100 is up for the Central Sparks with that single. It's been a very, very difficult 100 for them to make, but they've got there with that cut stroke from Katie George. 100 for 5. It's taken the best part of 28 overs to get there.
Good sensible batting by these two though. They're taking the singles that are on offer.
Morris bowls to Ellis, defends back to the bowler, no run, and that is the end of the 28th over. So 100 for 5. The Sparks players applauding, and that has been a hard fought innings so far for the Central Sparks. Eve Jones top scoring with 38, but she lost Brewer for 1 LBW to Norris, Freeborn for 6, bowled by Norris. Then Morris picked up Perrin and Courtney Webb for 3 and 10 respectively, before Jones was out for 38, caught by Graham, again off the bowling of Sophie Morris. Fee Morris comes into the attack, digs one into the pitch, which is dug out up towards a straightish mid-wicket position, and another single is taken. So 101 for 5. Brings George back onto strike. And that one's Ellis back onto strike. Cuts it away out to Seren Smale. Another 1 to the total. As I say, thank you for joining us on the Central Sparks YouTube stream. It's attritional cricket at the moment though. 102 for 5 as Fee Morris again delivers. And again it's driven straight up towards Phoebe Graham, who picks up one of the easier pieces of work she's had to do today. It's always difficult when there's a tall fielder at mid-off. It makes it feel for the batter as if it's going to be harder to clear them if they go down the ground. Slashing stroke by Katie George. Doesn't bring any contact with the ball. Another dot. Bails were removed by Threlkeld, but no real appeal.
Just wonder, there's 3 out at the moment, whether there's any temptation by Threlkeld just to try and induce a big shot here.
Here's Morris, bowls to George. Oh, and it's a misfield. First time we've really seen that today from Thunder. It was Alice Clark in at short cover, just taking her eye off the ball for a second, and it cost her a single. So we're ticking past 12:30. Here comes Morris again, defended by Bethan Ellis, and there's no run available to complete the over. And it was a very, very similar over to what we've been experiencing a lot of in this game. 102 for 5 becomes 103, sorry, for 5 at the end of that over.
Well, the game within a game here is that Thunder are just looking to build dots and build pressure, hope that induces a poor shot and gets them the wicket. And the mentality of the Sparks pair of Ellis and George rightly has been just to wait, sit patiently, accumulate. With 3 or 4 sweepers out, there's singles readily available. And I guess you are into that little game of patience. Who's going to blink first? Who's going to feel like we've got to do something different? Well, the answer in terms of doing something different for now is Thunder. There had to be a bowling change, of course, because Sophie Morris had bowled out for a 3 for 31, and it's Tara Norris.
This is an indication that Lancashire Thunder think they can bowl the Sparks out, because they've gone back to the second best bowler they've had, and it's worked because it's a wicket first ball. And unfortunately, from the Central Sparks perspective, the partnership is broken. Katie George just bowled by one that tailed back in by Tara Norris. She's been in great form with the ball, been working with Kyle Hogg a lot by the looks of things, the former Lancashire bowler, and Tara Norris picks up her third, bowled Katie George out for 23 of 43 deliveries in 48 minutes, hit just the 1-4. That was an inventive little sweep shot, and the bowling change works. Threlkeld deciding to bowl Sophie Morris out, switches to Tara Norris, and Tara Norris just builds on those impressive figures. She's got 11 for 3 now.
It's a lovely ball from Norris. I was just about to say this is tricky for George, because when you face spin the whole innings, something comes in, but you've still got the keeper up, that you know is going to be a lot quicker than what you faced so far. You might know it's going to be quicker, but that instinctive judgment and reaction to that is not quite there, and that's kind of what you saw. A little bit of a push at the ball, a big gap between bat and pad that the ball could swing through, and all credit to Norris, because you only get one chance to have a ball like that where the batter is not adjusted to your pace. Now out comes Em Arlott, who as a batter tends to like to be aggressive, so if she's in for any period of time, this will be an entertaining watch.
And I think she probably will take that approach, and she leaves the first one inside the off stump. So there we go. But I would imagine, I don't think she's going to come off the pitch wondering, really. I think she'll just try. She knows if she gets a quick 30 here, that could be very, very useful to the Sparks. So I think she will try and put bat to ball with those long levers. But let's see. Who knows? This could be the start of Arlott playing a very responsible, long digging in innings, judging by that first delivery. She had a good look at it and works this one leg side, and will take a single. Seren Smale picks it up and will keep the score into 104 for 6.
She can be a very destructive hitter on her day. Smashed 19 not out off 8 to take Sparks home in a very close T20 against the Stars, and a few times has provided similar types of hands like that over the years.
It's one of those today, it would need, even if it is a cameo, it needs to be a little bit bigger than that today, you feel, as Norris comes over the wicket and bowls to Bethan Ellis, who was watchful, and just hit it back hard at the bowl and no run.
The interesting thing as well here, the other dynamic is, does Ellis change how she's playing? Is the conversation between Ellis and Arlott that Arlott might go for it, or does Ellis look to go through the gears and Arlott actually look to keep her company?
Just the 5 wides in the extras column so far from Thunder. They've been very disciplined so far. Here comes Tara Norris. A little bit short of length, pushed away into the offside. No run on offer again. And Norris continues to be miserly. Nearing the end of a 7th over. Just the 12 runs for 3 wickets so far. Been a superb display of left-arm bowling.
Or we're sat here as commentators over-explaining and over-analysing the whole thing, and is Ellis just thinking, try and bat the overs?
Yeah, I think she's almost just in next ball mode at the moment, isn't she? Just make sure you keep your eyes on the next one that comes down as Norris delivers it. Ellis goes back into a crease and manages to find a single into the leg side, into the mid-wicket region. 105 for 6. Very, very attritional. Cricket continues, but the wicket in that over keeps things in Lancashire Thunder's favour here under cloudy skies in Worcester, albeit quite high cloud. It doesn't look like there's too much rain around. There's always a possibility when the clouds are there, but it seems as if we'll be okay today.
Next up in this competition, Friday the 12th of July, it's Sparks versus Storm at Worcester, and then a full programme on Sunday. Here's Fee Morris to deep cover, fielded by Clark. It took a late awkward bounce, which meant she had to adjust well and gather it one-handed. And then on Sunday it's Blaze versus Diamonds at Lincoln, Stars versus Sunrisers at Beckenham, and Thunder are playing Vipers at Sedbergh. Very much in outground season, it seems. Morris to Arlott, who's going back. It's down leg, and a chuckle of laughter and appreciation from Mike Perkins to my left in admiration of the glove work from Frelkel, just taking the ball in her glove and just waiting a second to see if Arlott might overbalance.
It was the balancing act from Arlott as well.
A rare flighted one from Morris, left alone by Arlott. It's not too often you see that from Fee Morris, getting the ball up above the eye line, just tempting and teasing. Tends to push it through more often than not. It's full toss, straight at cover. I do remember Fee Morris joking to me earlier on this season after one game in the run of T20s that 80% of her wickets this season have come from full tosses. I don't think that was her intended ploy there. As that's pushed out to mid-on, no run. I remember Alex Hartley as well talking around that time on the No Balls Cricket podcast with Kate Cross about her theory that the full toss at any level of cricket is a very much wicket-taking option. Pushes that one through Morris. It's a bit short though. Can be easily pushed out to Smell at cover for one more. Oh, that doubles her score. Morris to complete her over. Decent ball to finish. Back to the bowler, so 3 off it. 108 for 6 off 31. I mentioned those 3 games on Sunday as well as Sparks versus Storm on Friday. After that there's a break in this competition with 10 rounds of it complete. And we come back for the last 4 rounds of group stage play on Monday the 26th of August, Friday and Saturday the 30th and 31st, and then Wednesday the 4th of September and Friday the 6th and Saturday the 7th, which brings us to finals day on Saturday the 14th. You would have to say right now, it looks very unlikely either of these two sides will be there. Realistically, both of them probably need to win today's game and then win 4, if not all 5, of their remaining games after that. It's Norris from the New Road end. Driven straight to short mid-wicket. Fee Morris had a shy at the stumps. And rather than taking the stumps, nearly took off Ellis's head. At least got out of the way and they both had a good laugh about it.
Sunrisers hundreds up against the Northern Diamonds. 100 for 9 in that one. So they're still fighting.
That's a belated 100 though, if ever you've seen one brought up with the most minimal of resources left. All well bowled by Norris, just about kept out by Arlott.
54 for 7 though in the 15th. They might well be quite glad of making 100 there at York.
Langston's had a day out. It's tumbling all around the country apart from at Cheltenham.
Yeah.
Western Storm 153 for 3 after 34. They're going pretty well. Norris once more. Off the inside edge of Arlott's bat. Arlott not quite accounting for the shape that Norris is getting in. What Thunder will be really encouraged by is the fact that their American speedster's still getting that even with the older ball.
If anything, I think there's been a little bit more in this spell. It's been certainly that wicket to George really seemed to go. It's kind of with the arm, but at times it's a bit more prodigious than at others.
She's on for comfortably her best bowling figures of the season. Norris once more. Whipped away. Smell will do the fielding at the expense of 1. Previous best of 3 for 45 in this competition this season. You'd expect her to outperform that quite considerably here. 14 balls left available to Tara Norris. $109 for 6. From here, if they could bat the overs at 3 and over, that would take Central Sparks to about 160, 170. That's straight to short cover, but you'd have to say that feels a bit of a way away right now. End of the over, just... Oh, in fact, beg your pardon, still 1 ball left for Norris, who has 3 for 14. South East Stars 46 for 4 of 18 against the Vipers. Short and just driven, punched off the back foot by Ellis, straight to mid-off. So it is now the end of the over. Norris concedes just one from it. 109 for 6 off 32 then. Ellis has 19 of them. That's been a steadying hand as wickets have collapsed, consistently falling through the innings. 67 for 5. You could say this is something of a recovery from that point. Now it will be a bowling change, so Fee Morris is going to take a break. None for 11 of her 3. And clearly, skipper Frelkel quite likes the left arm over match-up here. To Arlott and Ellis. And so, whilst Norris will continue from the New Road end, from the Diglis end, replacing Fee Morris will be Naomi Ditani. It's Ditani's first ball, which... Has that got a nick on it? Yes, it has. What a catch from Ellie Frelkeld. 109 for 7. Arlott has to go for 3. Diving to her right. That is Ellie Frelkeld at her brilliant best. Had to make up a lot of ground and made it look very simple with the one-handed grab. So another one bites the dust for Central Sparks. Arlott is gone for 3 off 11. Ditani has a wicket from the very first ball of her spell. And a lot of the thanks from the bowler will go to her skipper, who was sprawling and brilliant behind the sticks.
It was almost as if she thought she was going to get there with 2 hands, and then she went, oh no, hang on, I've got it with 1. It was a really, really excellent piece of keeping, and exactly what Central Sparks didn't need, because Ditani's come on, first ball, and got a wicket, and thanks to a brilliant piece of keeping from Ellie Threlkel, that could have been quite easily disappearing over the rope for 4, but Thunder have been on top throughout this innings, and it's now up to 9, 10 and Jack to get the remaining runs here, which is going to be difficult for Davis, Potts and Baker.
And again, it brings one back to the question of how does Ellis choose to play her hand. She's 19 off 41, now has lost another partner and would fear it running out for them. Georgia Davis hasn't been out in this competition. 3 matches so far, only batted once. She got a very nice 20 not out off 17, 4 sparks against Diamonds at Scarborough in late June. Now she's facing up to Ditani, who almost finds the outside edge again. Slip in play now.
This might be a slightly different prospect today, but they'd certainly take that 20. One thing's for sure, Davis, Potts and Baker will all bowl well on this. As will Arlott, as will Ellis.
And it's Thunder batting line that has had its troubles, you might say. Ditani once more, looking for a second scalp in the over. Met by a nice enough looking straight drive from Davis to mid-off. Davis, who this season has only been out a couple of times in the T20 competition, and as mentioned, hasn't been dismissed in the 50 over stuff. 5 not out, 1 not out, 1 not out, 2 and 20 not out. Worked away into the onside. Would be just 1. They thought of 2. Would have been a definite run out. So Davis off the mark. 110 for 7. As mentioned, a tough day for batting all around the country, so it seems.
Even Storm's starting to falter a little bit. 168 for 4 now is the latest score I've got there. Something of a recovery to 50 for 4 for the Stars against the Vipers.
Ditani full, hanging it outside the off stump. Ellis unable to make contact. Looking up, I might suggest at the umpire, I think, with it, in terms of being marginally frustrated, that wasn't a wide, but it certainly wasn't. Ellis didn't really move her feet and it can always, when it's left arm over and it's, as Titania is getting some considerable outswing, feel like it's a lot wider than it necessarily is. It comes across you. That's it. Straight drive to the left of mid-off. Norris does the fielding. One to finish a successful over from Titania. Wicket with her very first ball. Arlott caught by Frelkeld off the experienced all-rounders bowling for 3 off 11. 111 for 7 then off 33.
So another 39 feels a big ask at this stage, but that's what Sparks' first port of call is. They can get those, and then it's a case of seeing if they've got any wickets left and any overs left to add to the total from there. But at the moment, they've got to make sure they get there, because it rests, well, a lot rests on Beth and Ellis here.
Yeah, but Ellis so far, as wickets had fallen around her, hadn't seemed to change her style. Now she's facing Norris, and he's just guiding away on the square drive, straight to backward point. Does Ellis think about strike manipulation? Does she think about looking to be more aggressive? Does she simply look to bat time?
I think she's just going to take whatever she can get here, whatever runs are on offer.
Now, umpires Widdop and Banbury are having a little chat, and the physio is charging on here to speak to Ellis. I think it's an issue with the helmet, because she doesn't look in any particular discomfort. She's having a big chat and a laugh and a giggle with Fee Morris at mid-wicket. But something has caused the physio to run on and have a little conversation.
Yeah, it looks like it's George Davis's.
Yeah, it's Davis, in fact, beg your pardon. Yeah, you're right.
Non-strikers end, doesn't it? And
it seems okay
basically
now.
seemed to just get a pat on the back and go on, carry on.
And the umpires, Widdop and Banbury, are having a little conversation with Ellie Frelkeld, as you can see. So we've got a slight delay here. One of those moments that you can sort of file under the cricket is a bit of a weird sport kind of thing.
Yeah. I'm sure if you're out there it makes some sort of sense, but I'm not sure it does from this distance at the moment. But there we go. A little bit of a break.
Voice in my ear saying that the throw in from the deep might have accidentally caught her, just as yours truly's attention was elsewhere. Well, that makes sense. So hence the necessary checks and precautions all complete. Norris in now. Just nerdled away for 1 from Ellis. Definitely no 2 there. Jones does the fielding. 1-1-2 for 7. What would you take from here if you're Sparks? If you're into red boxes and blue boxes, deal or no deal? If you're offered 150,
I'd take 150 any day of the week, yeah.
I think I agree. Norris in. It's a good looking straight drive. It's straight to Graham at mid-off. Burst through the hands, but they didn't run. The error comes at no cost.
Yeah, had a very good day so far, Graham, but that was a little bit... That's where she can struggle sometimes, is just... She's a very tall figure, and sometimes getting down to the boot bases can be a struggle. But she's been very good other than that moment there today.
Short and just guided out into the covers, and Clark misfields. Well, that's cost Thunder a run. 113 for 7, and that single gets Davis off strike, and that's all Davis should be thinking about here in particular, given that Ellis has been out there for such a long period of time. Just look to bat for your partner.
They've got to be careful here, Thunder. They're well on top, but they don't want to just let the pressure ease here.
Short cut shot, nicely timed. Don't try and hit it too hard. Ellis gets 1. That's 22. Cover having to chase a long way around. 3 singles from this Norris over thus far. Norris has got just an over left. From a Sparks perspective, they'll just hope maybe with Norris and Morris, Sophie Morris that is, bowled out, batting might get a tad easier. Signs are that this pitch is tough to bat on against anybody though. Forced off the back foot. No run there. End of the over. Norris has just 1 left. 114 for 7 off 34. Those two have been the chief destroyers. 3 wickets each. Tatani the only other bowler to take one with that caught behind in her first over.
Yeah, as I say, it's been very professional so far from Thunder, but they just have to make sure they keep that standard up, because it does have a feel of one of those games where absolutely every run could count here, so they don't want to let any lax ones get through. But at the moment, they're in firm control here at New Road.
And you saw that weather shot of the clouds above the cathedral. It is that kind of day, and the forecast suggests it will be that kind of day all day in terms of being tough for batting. Here's Ditani starting her second over. Cut firmly, cut hard, cut away for 4. A very rare boundary for Central Sparks. It's been a long while since the last one. Ellis on to 26. Short. Hit it hard and down. It's as good a cut shot as you could want to see.
It will be interesting if Sparks perhaps take the pace off at the start of the innings and maybe go for a Georgia Davis. Only 4 wickets so far this season, but just the 1 wicket so far this season.
Nibbled away through fine leg. This will be 2 more. Part of me would be a little surprised if they did though. I mean, you look at Thunder up top. Tara Norris just bowling fast medium, getting that new ball to swing and torque. You would think that with the excellent
I think they
seam
will,
attack
they
got,
will probably have a little look with Arlett and Potts, but I think they might go to a George Davis quite early. Hannah Baker's the leading wicket taker this year with
I was just about to say Hannah Baker is going to be a threat on this.
Davis has only actually bowled in 1 innings, hence just the 1 wicket.
Oh, nearly finds the outside edge. That's exactly where Ditani wants to be. Just adjusting her line after that short wide one outside off, and then the full one on the pad, so they've got worked away.
A little bit of an injury earlier in the season, keeping last year's leading wicket taker out the attack. So I think she could prove very useful. Georgia Davis today.
Short again from Ditani. I think it was deliberate. Might feel like she's got a bit lucky there because Ellis has cut that reasonably well but straight at point. They've reached mid-innings at York. Sunrisers have been bundled out just inside 31 overs. 109 all out. Sunrisers against the Northern Diamonds. Joe Gardner top scorer with 21. Alice McLeod made 19. Amri Suren Kumar 18. Square drive. Didn't try and hit it too hard. Just leant on it, Ellis. And she'll get 4. Has bisected deep third and deep cover perfectly. So in the context of this low-scoring game, this has become a big over. Ellis has taken 10 from it. She's hit 2 boundaries. Ditani now over-pitching, having been short earlier on in the over. Ellis just upping the tempo a little bit.
As part of that Warwickshire side that won the T20 competition before we switched into regional cricket was Bethan Ellis, so she'll be looking forward to going back to the Warwickshire name.
She'll keep the strike here, so that's great batting from Ellis. Has comprehensively won that over as a batter with Ditani. He's taken 11 from it and will face at the start of the 36th with a score 125 for 7. The chief destroyer of the aforementioned 109 all out the Sunrisers have managed. 6 for 24 off 10 for Beth Langston. Erin Burns, Lizzie Scott and Phoebe Turner all taking a wicket each in that one. You would fancy the Northern Diamonds to knock off 110 And that would take them above the Sunrisers. Both of those two teams had 25 points at the start of the day. Sunrisers were above Diamonds on net run rate. Sunrisers would go 4 points above them, 5 depending on how quickly they can finish that particular run chase off.
And given the start Sunrisers had after so many torrid seasons, it'd be a real shame for them if they did slip out that top 4. They should be safe, but they'll want to keep their form going.
Norris bowling out here. Oh, and it's got a 125 for 8. I think Frelkeld's been hurt in the process, though. Might be a bail that has flicked up into the wicketkeeper's face. Tara Norris yet again in the wickets. Yeah, the bail seems to have gone through the grill of Frelkeld. It is the end of Bethan Ellis, we can say that for sure. She's played a very good hand. Second top scorer in this Sparks innings behind her captain Eve Jones. A 4th wicket for Norris, but the celebration's slightly muted here for Lancashire Thunder because of the immediate and obvious injury to Frelkeld. It was one heck of a delivery from Norris, angling in from left arm around and then going away to smash into the stumps of Ellis. 125 for 8, 4 for 17 for Norris.
Yeah, it was another great piece of bowling. Frelkeld, we imagine, will be all right here. It looks as if she's just getting a little bit of treatment to check the Lancashire Thunder captain over, but Tara Norris has been in fantastic form. 17 for 4 now, her figures.
Yeah,
and that's, just
thankfully it looks like all smiles now. It's always concerning when you see the reaction of a bowler like Norris taking a wicket but immediately rushing to beckon the physio on. Norris almost staring apologetically at her captain there as if to say sorry for bowling an absolute ripper of a delivery and getting a wicket.
And Frelkeld patted her on the back to say, not to worry, you can
do that
with stumps, bails, whatever you want, as long as you keep getting people out, because they're 2 away now from, and after that really good over as well. It just seems every time Sparks have had just a hint of this innings getting going that Thunder have pegged them back.
And of course also it's the fact that it's Ellis, so you're now asking a lot of Davis and of Potts to try and rescue this between them. Potts with 16 runs at an average of 8 across her 4 innings in this competition this season. Tall Potts is facing up to Norris, who's on a 5 foot and will be targeting the stumps as she did there. She's got 4 balls left to get it now. I don't think any of these are going to be short.
No, I mean the tactic through the whole game has been to keep bowled as an option and to keep LBW as an option, and I think they'll continue to do so because this has been a very, very fine spell of left arm bowling.
It's Potts facing up to a second ball, and Frelkeld thinks she's got her. Umpire Banbury unmoved.
A little bit of pad or something maybe on the leg side, it just had that impression.
Yeah, Potts didn't necessarily catch up to the pace of Norris to be able to actually get any bat or glove on it. Again, exemplary standards of wicket-keeping from Ellie Frelkeld.
Well, particularly after just being hit in the face with a bail, to be able to keep a concentration like that is quite something, but she's one of the best out there.
Norris has 3 balls left to grab a 5 foot. Certainly won't do so here. Confidently driven by Potts straight to mid-on. Just 2 balls left in the piece now.
Despite Frelkeld's high standards, just a 7th dismissal, that catch off to Tani, and that was an absolute belter, so she had to be right on her best form to take that as well.
But then of course you're only as a keeper at whims of
your bowlers, yeah.
Of what nicks and chances might come your way. Norris again, just guided to extra cover. So Tara Norris has 1 ball of her spell left. It's comprehensively her best bowling figures of the season, no doubt about that. But she's got 1 ball to grab herself and Michelle.
Or 7th of the competition, I should say, because that's Rachel Hayes' Flint Trophy.
Last ball for Norris then. You'd think she's got to be looking to hit the furniture here. She's so good at it so often. Instead it's worked her way out to deep square leg for 1. So Potts off the mark. It's the end of a great bit of work from Tara Norris. 11 for 2 off 6 overs in her first spell. 7 for 2 off 4 overs in her second. That leaves her with outstanding overall figures after her 10 overs of work here. 10 overs, 2 maidens, 18 for 4.
Yeah, I mean, that's a match-winning spell, isn't it, really, from Tara Norris?
Should be.
She couldn't do much more in this innings. As I say, if they can just get those 24 more runs, but it feels a lot here, given how much the batters have struggled. I mean, the only batter who showed any fluency at any point was Eve Jones with her 38 at the top of the list. And even her innings seemed to slow as it went.
Phoebe Graham's back from the Diglis end. Interesting that Graham and Norris have swapped 10s from where they bowled their initial spells. So Norris bowled her first 6 from the Diglis end, then swapped to the New Road end for her last 4. Graham bowled 4 overs, didn't quite seem at her absolute best in conceding 23 in her first spell. And then has now come back from the other end. Try and finish things off for Lancashire Thunder.
She's the one that just makes me wonder, will they go spin early? That was the spell from Graham that, just with that ever so slightly little bit more pace on it, that seemed to allow the batters to score. But I think at the same time you might struggle to get the ball out the hands of Arlott and Potts here, because they will both bowl well on this, as will Georgia Davis and Hannah Baker.
Again, just another dot ball from Graham, this time out to extra cover.
And I'd almost be more tempted to use Bethan Ellis on a wicket like this than I would Katie George, because Katie George tends to like to hit the pitch quite
very
hard.
Very skiddy.
And I think actually a sort of the little medium pacers of Bethan Ellis could be very, very tricky indeed on this.
Back of 11th that time from Graham. Another dot. Just has Potts leaning on her bat in frustration.
Ultimately, though, if you bowl full in at the stumps on this pitch, you're going to be in with a shout, whatever style you bowl. It's been very, very tricky indeed. And as we say, it's been proved elsewhere with that low Sunrisers total as well.
Graham still hunting her first wicket. Hard down the ground. Straight to mid-off. So 1 dot from Maiden. Thunder eager to get Sparks bowled out. Of course, probably early to say it, but Thunder will also think if they can get these wickets quickly, they can have a quick run chase for a 5-point win. Grab that bonus point. So that's nicked away. Luckless for Graham. Doesn't really have anyone, apart from, of course, Felkeld up to the stumps there, to take the outside edge. It's a deep third, but a very wide third. So it's a fortuitous 4 for Potts. Gets her first boundary in an innings that has been starved of them. 130 for 8 off 37. Eve Jones hit 5 fours in her knock. Abby Freeborn hit 1. Katie George hit 1. Ellis hit 3, 2 of which came off the same over from Datani. And Potts has just edged that one away. So we've had 11 fours in 37 overs of cricket, which by modern standards is positively pedestrian, but reflects the toughness of the wicket and also how well Lancashire Thunder have bowled. Hannah Jones coming back from the New Road end to replace the bowled out Tara Norris. First ball was guided by Davis out to extra cover.
You'd definitely take that last one, wouldn't you, in this situation? 20 more now to get to that 150 mark.
Oh, is there a nick on that? There certainly is. Zipped through quicker and flatter by Jones. The tiniest of edges from Davis, who has to go for just 2. It's another excellent piece of wicket keeping from Ellie Frelkeld. And Lancashire Thunder are just 1 away from bowling Sparks out now.
Well, she'll take that one. 8th of the competition, 12th of the season. And another very good piece of wicket keeping. But you would think this will be Thunder's game here. You think less than 150 will be chaseable. It might take them a while. They might have to dig in here and there. And if there are early wickets, the game could swing back in Central Sparks' favour. But 130 does not feel enough. And the likelihood of it getting up to that 150 mark now, with just one wicket remaining, seems very, very remote. A lot of overs to bat.
It is a batting lineup that has had its nervous moments across the last few seasons, but really, even on a tricky pitch, 130, unless you're talking, I think there's tricky pitch and then there's minefield, and I don't think we're quite really in minefield status today. I
think it's always easier to chase runs on a pitch like this as well, isn't it, when you sort of know, okay, you don't have to try and accelerate the scoreboard. You know, you can just tick it along. If you're getting 2s and 3s, you're winning essentially. So every time you get a 2 or a 3, you can put that over in your column.
Is Anna Baker facing up for a 5th innings in this competition this season? 12 runs at an average of 4 so far for the 20-year-old, who is just prodding forward to keep that one out from Jones. She didn't really get much of a bat at all in the Charlotte Edwards Cup, as you'd expect given her place in the order. He's going back and just jabbing that one away into the offside. Baker, who's been excellent with the ball and will fancy a bowl on this, but for now has just got to see what she can help get her team to defend. Straight back to Jones on the bump ball.
Leading wicket taker in the competition, and now top of the Lancashire Thunder averages with an average of 51 this season for Hannah Jones, with that 26 not out the other day.
Still don't think she'll be fancying a bat on this.
Well, protect the average.
Pushed out to absolutely. Pushed out to mid-on. Elsewhere, South East Stars 64 for 5 at the halfway stage against the Southern Vipers. Very dependent on Alice Davidson-Richards, who is 25 not out. Is comfortably top scorer. 3 wickets for Freya Davies in that one, which sees Vipers who are top face Stars who are 4th. Western Storm are 195 for 6 now against the Blaze with 9 overs left, so are in danger of squandering the good start that they had. Graham continuing from the Diglis Road end. No run there. Diglis end, I should say. Fran Wilson top scorer in that game at Cheltenham with 67. Sophie Luff making 31. Sophia Smell 32. Wicket shared around. Graham still looking for her first wicket. Won't get it here. That's out to point. We're into sort of slightly nuisance value cricket here, aren't we? If this 10 and 11 can stick around for the best part of these 12 overs, just get what they can.
If they can pick up 20 in 12 overs, they would be very, very happy indeed. But I mean, you look at the top of the order. Emma Lamb's now got 951 runs in RHF Trophy cricket.
Just played back to Graham.
Smale's in good form this year, 348 at 43.5. You've then got the overseas Katie Macker. Okay, he's only really made that 272 runs to her name, and we know Fee Morris can bat as well, so they've kind of got to get those 4 out the way pretty quick if they're going to do anything in this game, Central Sparks.
Graham is driven down the ground, hard to mid-on, stopped by the Tani. One more dot to complete the maiden for Phoebe Graham. $11 to go after this if Sparks can bat them. Easier said than done. Graham now set to completely over the experienced campaigner. It feels like a long time ago, but it was this time last summer that she was loaned out to Western Storm to get more cricket. Has certainly shown her value here at Lancashire Thunder this season in terms of across both formats. She's had a very good campaign. So that's it hard this time. They are going to take one. Datani has to go round 5 yards to her right and is a left-handed thrower, so it's a sensible calculated gamble in running that single. 131 for 9 then, off 39, so Graham doesn't quite get a maiden, one off it.
So yeah, as I say, you would think Thunder have got enough, even if there has been the odd wobble here and there over the years in that batting lineup. It would take a significant number of early inroads to make this difficult. And Hannah Jones, she'll almost be a bit disappointed she's missed out on some of the wickets, but I think she'll be quite pleased for her teammates to see them in the wickets column today.
Can still pick up one here, but it's instead being driven very well through extra cover. 4 runs, one of the shots of the day from Potts. Didn't try and hit that hard. It's a tall player with long levers and plenty of power. It was a wide half volley in truth, but it was put away very stylishly indeed. 4 of the best. 135 for 9. Pulling her length back as spinners so often do when they've just been driven like that. No run. 150, the next milestone in play for Central Sparks here. Just guiding that back to the bowler. These Potts and Baker don't, in an odd way, they don't really have any scoreboard pressure.
No.
They don't really have to overly think about how to go about things. They've just got just over 10 overs to bat. Another dot ball, and they can almost score as slowly or as quickly as they want, because it's not exactly like they're going to have their teammates sort of attaching any blame to them for what's happened out here. It's fuller this time from Potts, and from Jones, should say. Worked out by Potts nicely for 1.
No, it's been an attritional game of cricket and an attritional day of cricket at the moment. Only really at Cheltenham where the runs have flowed. 202 for 6 in that one, and they're still even 6 down now, Western Storm.
Yeah, we've had a bit of a mini collapse. Amanda J. Wellington's gone for a golden duck. End of the 40th, 136 for 9, and I know from history of having been to that outground, boundaries are normally quite small. It's because of the nature of the whole setup. It's the kind of ground that you get value for your shots on, so players might well fancy themselves in the run chase there. Here, a maximum of 10 overs left for Potts and Baker to grab what they can. And
South East Stars in a very similar situation to Sparks here, and just trying to grind a total out at Newbury. 69 for 6 now is the latest I have from that one after 26 overs. So if you sort of double that, you're still only around the 130 mark, aren't you?
Yeah, I think it's fair to say with all the rain that's been around the last 3-4 days, it's a tough day to be batting on an outground.
Here's Phoebe Graham, bowling from the Diglas end. It goes down the leg side, and that'll be a frustrating wide, but a well-received one from the Sparks' point of view, because it just edges them closer to that 150 mark. They're within 13 of it now, and that would just give them an outside chance in this game.
Only the 7th wide of the innings so far.
Yeah, they've been very disciplined, have Lancashire Thunder. Here comes Graham again, bowls, and that one's going to go into the leg side. One taken out to Katie Mack doing the sweeping duties on the boundary out there. And the score ticks on to 138. Just pushing the board along. A run at a time seems to be the order of the day for Central Sparks here. Stay tuned to see where they get to. Neat drive there from Baker. Doesn't bring her first run though. Just has to stay patient. Little chat between Smale and Lamb, who will be the openers for Lancashire Thunder. Perhaps about how they're going to go about this chase. You say Lamb within range of a 1,000th run in Rachel Hay Flint Trophy cricket as Graham bowls, pushed to short extra cover. Alice Clark there with the fielding. The cathedral set against some slightly lighter cloud now in the distance. A couple of patches of blue sky in between it as well. But here, it's all about can Sparks survive. Graham bowls, outside edge, and it will bring the first run for Baker. Squeezed down to third, where Hannah Jones does the fielding. Another 1 to the total. $139 for 9. 11 away from that 150 mark, but every time we've said the Sparks have looked like getting anything in their innings, Thunder have hit back with a wicket, so we will see if that happens again. Here comes Phoebe Graham. Douglas End pacing in, long strides, delivers a ball that's clipped up to mid-off. Norris is there with a sliding stop, another 1 to the total. 140 for 9. It's just progressing here very, very gradually for Central Sparks.
Well, the biggest partnership of the innings was 36 for the 6th wicket, and even that took just under 12 overs of batting.
And that was the George Ellis, I'm guessing, as forward goes Baker, clips into the leg side, and having got off the mark with an outside edge, gets her second run with a much more competent little turn into the leg side, square of the wicket out to the fielder on the boundary. 141 for 9, within 9 of that 150 mark. Now they just need to keep ticking there. I could see them getting 147 or 148 the way the Sparks innings has been going, looking like they're going to, every time they look like they're going to do something, their opponents have hit back, unfortunately for them.
Reminder that this is as close as you'll get to a knockout game in a group phase, really. Such as both teams' struggles in this competition been so far. This is match day 9, both teams have won just twice. One of those wins for Central Sparks came against Thunder when these sides met a couple of months ago. Sparks have had one game washed out too.
Hannah Jones bowling to Baker, who's driving up to mid-off and gets no run.
One thing you would say for both of them is they'll both be pleased to see the South East Stars struggling with the bat, because that's the team they're chasing.
Jones appealed for LBW, but I think it was creeping down leg just based on the shot that was played there. The flick to leg. As in comes Jones again. Bowls to Baker, driving up the offside, 3 dots in a row, but she won't be too perturbed by that. That's the order of the day at the moment, is to try and just make sure you stay there above all else. A pull shot brings 1 out to Fee Morris. 142 for 9. A few little overs for Lancashire Thunder to find at the end of the innings as well, so that might help Sparks get to the total they need to, but whoever comes on to bowl, you would think bowling at 10 and 11 they would back themselves to get the job done in this situation. Jones bowls, flicking back to the bowler is Potts.
Yeah, you can see
for another dot.
You can see from the way Frelkeld's used her bowlers as and when, it's been very much a we think we can bowl these lot out kind of bowling changes.
Jones looking to complete her spell. She has one more ball of it left with that one pushed down the onside, and that is completed her spell. So 142 for 9. Hannah Jones finishes with figures of 10 overs, 1 maiden, 36 for 1. So just the 1 wicket today for the player who came into this round of fixtures as the leading wicket taker. She now has 18, and she is also Thunder's leading wicket taker in the regional setup.
Yeah, no doubt who the chief destroyers have been. 4 for 18 for Norris, 3 for 31 for Sophie Morris, so 7 for 49 off 20 between those two. But as you allude to, it does leave a slight dilemma as to where to potentially find these last 8, and looks like it will be Fee Morris from the Diglis end. None for 11 off 3 in her first spell.
Yeah, I think she's got the best economy, hasn't she? So that's probably the sensible way to go at this stage, and it will probably be a bit of Graham at the other end. Datani was expensive at Blackpool and has been again today, certainly within the context of this game, as that one is cut away to short extra cover, no run.
Would need, even if Graham bowls out, would still need to find 1 over from that end.
Right, so then maybe we'll go 2 with Datani then, as that one's way down the leg side from Fee Morris. Wide ball, 143 for 9.
Quite understandably, given the scenario, Captain Frelkeld is just backed aside to bowl Sparks out, such that this doesn't really need to be considered at length.
Here comes Morris again, throws it up, driven powerfully. Datani slides on the edge of the circle and does the fielding. 144 for 9. As I say, you don't want to say it from a Sparks point of view, but the 150 all of a sudden starting to look on. Still 6 runs is a long way to go. Morris bowls, chopped off the back foot into the offside, guided if anything to Hannah Jones at backward point. Well, certainly she was by the time she picked it up. She's maybe just creeping into short third by the time she makes her way around the discs. Dot ball was the result there. Morris again, short of length into the pitch, driven. Oh, that's great fielding by Alice Clark. Should be a run out, and is. Think it was a direct hit in the end, and that's why Morris fumbled it rather than the other way round of her fumbling it onto the stumps. Either way, it brings to an end the Sparks innings in not particularly pretty fashion. 1 ran, 1 didn't, and it was Baker who was left stranded there. 145 will be the chase. Sparks bowled out in the 43rd over of the innings, which will be very, very disappointing for them indeed. And as I say, a chase of 145. I'm aware people often are heading off for a little bit of lunch, a little bit of refreshment during the break, so do make sure you rejoin us for the chase to find out whether Lancashire Thunder do chase down this 145 for victory. But Michael McCann, your thoughts on what you've seen?
A ruthlessly efficient Lancashire Thunder bowling performance. It was a good toss to win. It was not the kind of day you'd want to bat. Plenty of rain has been around in the last few days. Pitch was the classic English sticky wicket, a bit of moisture in it. You could tell it had been undercover a fair bit, but my goodness me, didn't they take advantage. Norris set the tone, 2 for 11 from her 6 up top, came back to take 4 for 18 of her 10, and in truth the regular falling of wickets meant that Sparks never got going. The key one from the point of view of yours truly though was Eve Jones, 38 off 62 off Sophie Morris, who was fantastic, taking 3 for 31. Jones just trying to go up and over and only hit it shoulder height straight to Graham at mid-off, and that was the anchor around which so many Sparks innings are built, gone. And great credit to Katie George and Bethan Ellis, who battled hard in the middle order, but ultimately the pitch is tricky, but it's not a minefield. And whilst Thunder have had, it's fair to say, difficulties with the bat in both formats across the last few seasons, they really should back themselves to chase this. But much stranger things have happened, and this is a visiting team who are prone to the odd collapse, and it's a Sparks side with plenty of variety and talent with the ball.
Yeah, we'll just whiz you through the card very, very quickly, but it began with Chloe Brewer out for 1 LBW to Norris. She was batting with Eve Jones, who made 38 in the end, but lost Abby Freeborn, bowled by Norris, for 6. Davina Perrin, bowled by Sophie Morris, for 3. Courtney Webb was bowled by Sophie Morris for 10 before Jones was then out to lead the score 67 for 5. Jones making 38 in 62 balls in 70 minutes, hitting 5 fours, the only batter to really find any fluency in the top order. She was caught by Graham off the bowling of Sophie Morris. Then the partnership between Katie George and Bethan Ellis was perhaps the most productive of the innings. In fact, it was the most productive of the innings, adding 36 in the end. Ellis out in the end for 33. George before her for 23 was bowled by Norris, and Ellis departed in the same way, making 33, the second top scorer in the innings of 53 balls, 61 minutes and 3 fours. Emily Arlett then came to the crease. She was out for 3, caught by Threlkeld. Excellent catch going away to her right off the left arm bowling of Tatani. Tatani's only wicket of the innings. Georgia Davis was out for 2, also caught by Threlkeld off the bowling of Hannah Jones. Then it ended in rather disappointing fashion from the Sparks point of view. Potts hitting a cover drive. It was well fielded by Clark, who ran out to Hannah Baker at the non-strikers end for 4. So, as I say, that partnership of 66 in the middle was the mainstay of the Central Sparks innings, but they only made 144. The bowling figures: Tara Norris 10 overs, 2 maidens, 18 for 4. Those were the pick of them. Graham 7 overs, no maidens, 33 without a wicket. Sophie Morris 10 overs, 1 maiden, 31 for 3. Hannah Jones 10 overs, 1 maiden, 36 for 1. Fee Morris bowled just under 4 overs, 3.4 overs, 13 without a wicket. And Naomi Datani picking up the 1 wicket for 13 from her 2 overs. Do rejoin us for the chase, which will be a chase of 145 for Lancashire Thunder to beat the Central Sparks here at New Road. Hello everybody and welcome back to New Road, where Central Sparks have set Lancashire Thunder 145 to win this match in the Rachel Hare Flint Trophy. Both these sides coming into the game level on points, but 6th and 7th in the table, so they look unlikely to qualify, but it's an important game nonetheless. Particularly given the importance over the years, given how hard it's been to get to this stage where the majority of games in this competition are now being played on grounds like this, like New Road, and Edgbaston being the other home for the majority of the Sparks games. So it is always significant to see these games played in venues like this, and Central Sparks will be hoping for something fairly extraordinary, I think it's fair to say, to bowl Lancashire Thunder out for 145, but a couple of early inroads and you never know, and it's been a low scoring day across the piece in the Rachel Hare Flint Trophy. Storm with the highest score at Cheltenham of 217, a chase of 110 to win for the Northern Diamonds, and they are 31 for 2, so have lost their 2 openers in that chase as well. And the South East Stars are still limping along really in their first innings in a 46 over a side game. They're 118 for 9 at the end of the 39th over in that 46 over a side game. So there are it's been a low scoring day, and Central Sparks will be hoping, Michael McCann, that it stays that way.
Good afternoon, Mike. Good afternoon, all. Yes, Lancashire Thunder, it must be said though, have had their struggles with the bat, both this season and in seasons past. They have not had a reputation on the circuit as being the strongest batting side. Indeed, if their batting was up to the often excellent levels of their bowling and fielding, I think it's fair to say the case that they'd have been a lot closer to winning silverware on repeated occasions, if not would already have some in the bank. So that is just the one crumb of comfort that Central Sparks can take. They'll think that if they can just get a couple early, we know that it is going to stay cloudy and overcast, which will help the ball swing. Arthur and Potts will fancy their chances here. Potts bowling to Lamb with the first ball of the reply, which will have to wait a second. Potts has just lost her mark and is looking accusingly down at the turf and having a chat with umpire Banbury about it. As the gentleman behind me has just said, very eruditely, there's a big hole there, apparently. Something to do with the drainage, possibly. Potts is now just taking a second to work out how she'll negotiate that particular part of the outfield on her approach. Take 2. So a nice start, a good back of a length delivery from Potts, just pushed away by Emma Lamb.
Yeah, I mean, as I say, as much as Thunder do struggle with their batting at times, I mean, Lamb's had 242 in this competition this year, Mac 272, and Smale is the second top scorer in the competition with 348. You would think there will be enough over the piece to get these 145, and particularly given Lamb's not having her best season.
Lamb leaves that one alone.
But is approaching the 1,000 run mark in this regional competition, so she can certainly play it, and as I say, Smale's right up there in the run scoring list.
Of course, Lamb made 107 against these very same opponents just over a couple of months ago. That's Thunder made 284 batting first at Old Trafford, and Sparks narrowly chased it down. As again, Potts has stopped in a run. He's having a bit of frustration just dealing with that patch about 4 yards or so before approaching the crease. That's what's causing her a bit of bother.
Yeah, Potts just about to have another go then.
And again is stopped in a run.
Well, I think
Well, Potts is having a chat with umpire Banbury, who, I'm not a lip reader, but I think he's just saying something along the lines back to Grace Potts of, well, that's the pitch in the outfield, and it was fine for the first innings, and nothing's really happened to it mid-innings. Now, Captain Eve Jones has come across for a chat with Potts as well.
I mean, it's been such a struggle this year to get cricket on. You have to feel for the ground staff. They probably had to dig up all sorts of parts of this outfield and run channels and all that kind of thing to get water off. But different bowlers approach in different ways, and I guess it's unfortunately for Grace Potts, it's right in one of her strides, and I think she may well be looking for a switch of ends here once she's completed these next 4 balls.
Sparks' second highest wicket taker in the competition this season. Does manage to bowl that one, but it's an offside wide. Potts with 8 wickets. An economy rate just a tickle above 4 and over, and an average of 24, which is very good going. But for now, he's really struggling with a run. Umpire Banbury is on the walkie-talkie. I would imagine that might be something around the issues that Potts might be having. We've had 2 legitimate dot balls, a wide, and 4 different balls where Potts has approached the wicket but not gone on to bowl the ball. Potts does bowl that one. It's a dot, still no run off the bat so far. Facing up, who, as we mentioned, has that very healthy record in the competition thus far, averaging just a tickle under 35, decent strike rate as well of 87 per 100 balls. Big opportunity for Alice Clark at the non-strikers end, playing her first game at regional level for 4 years. Always finds the outside edge of Lamb's bat. That's nice from Potts.
But yeah, she very much gives me the impression she's just trying to get through this this first over here, and will then look to try and get a change of ends if she possibly can. This will be Potts on her approach once more to Lamb. Outside the off stump, and through it goes to the wicket keeper. So a dot ball, but plenty for Emma Lamb to have had a look at in this over.
Yeah, just one for Potts to get through now. I say get through, you might look at the scoreboard and think it's not been a bad over. I more mean the discomfort of the issues around her run up.
It's exactly what Central Sparks didn't need, though. They'd want to just get into this innings, and this is preventing them doing so.
Square drive, nicely timed by Lamb. Didn't look to hit it too hard. Well, we stopped just inside the rope by deep third coming round. So 2 for Lamb. End of the first over, 3 without loss. And I guess the other problem is, if Potts wants a change of ends, that then disrupts what's potentially about to go on from the dig this end too.
Yeah, I mean, I think she'll, assuming Arlott doesn't have many issues, I think she'll probably have to wait her turn. But there's a long discussion going on about what's best to do between Georgia Davis, who's captained a few games this season and is going to bowl the first over, Eve Jones and Emily Arlott, and I think it's been decided they're going to go with Georgia Davis, and this might be with a view to switching Grace Potts' end and then almost starting again with Emily Arlott from the following end. But it could be exactly what we were saying in the first innings, that they saw how well the Thunder spinners did, and they know this is going to be a short chase with only 145 on the board, and they just want to get their spinner in as soon as they can. And as I say, she's only played or only bowled in 1 innings so far this season, has Georgia Davis, but took 27 wickets in this competition last season, so you can see exactly why. She's going to go around the wicket to start with.
Yeah, she took 1 for 50 against the Diamonds in late June. at Scarbados, as it's known when the sun shines there, conventionally known as Scarborough. And then at Radlett, wasn't involved against the Sunrisers because of the rain. Davis bowling right arm around. Clark just rocks back and gets it a single. And that single will feel particularly good in terms of reducing any nerves for Alice Clark, who understandably will have them being out there. She got a run out earlier on, but now in her primary role with bat in hand, in her first regional game of cricket for 4 years, is off the dreaded duck. And there was a little ripple of applause from the Thunder balcony away to our left, just acknowledging that as well.
It's an interesting decision to send Clark out at the top here. It would usually be Smale, but they've...
This is Davis again. Quick single. It's a tight one. Oh, that might be out. That is out. It was too tight. Well, Lancashire Thunder really didn't need to do that. The moment it came off the bat of Emma Lamb, it looked like a very dicey run, and so it proved. Good enthusiastic fielding at short mid-wicket. It didn't even need a direct hit. Throw missed, but Abby Freeborn still had time to whip off the bells and complete the run out. 4 for 1. So Alice Clark on her first regional game for Lancashire Thunder in 4 years has to go for 1 off 1. 4 for 1.
Well, you have to feel for her, really. She was called through. It looked tight. It almost looked to me as if she got there. But then the finger was raised, and unfortunately, Alice Clark will have every right to be very disappointed there.
Yeah, definitely Lamb's call. Definitely front of square. And Clark trusted her partner and went. And it was Beth Ellis with the enthusiastic initial pick-up, and then Freeborn who did the rest. We're pretty side on. And to me, it was just a moment where it dawned on me that just glancing up, this wasn't looking good from the visitor's perspective, and so it proved. Davis now to Smale. He was pushing at one outside the off stump. Even without the direct hit, I made it was run out by about half a yard. Just covering up and blocking that one, Smale. He would have hoped to not be in quite so soon.
Yeah, she must have thought, I'm getting a rare rest here. And clearly Lancashire Thunder thought with the low chase, if we're giving Alice Clark a go, we need to give her a go with the bat.
Again, Smale having just blocking that one. And you're right in what you said in the first innings, Mike. There's probably an aspect of having a look at that player in a competitive match situation ahead of next season. Shorter rocks back and times that nicely, Smale. It's a slow outfield from all the rain in recent days, but it just about gets to the cover rope, having teased the fielder Hannah Baker. First boundary of the reply to end the second over, 8 for 1.
Nice stroke from that by Seren Smale. She looks for width outside the off stump, likes to drive, likes to force off the back foot, likes to cut. If you go straight, she'll just work you off her hip for one, and tends to then try and block the good ones, and that was just that fraction of width that allowed her to get her hands through the ball.
News from elsewhere. One thing both of these sides you're watching today can agree on is the want to see the South East Stars lose, given that Stars are fourth in the table, and that's the side these two would be chasing, with games running out to catch them, of course. And South East Stars are in a bit of trouble. They've been bowled out for 120 at Newbury by the Southern Vipers. Alice Davison-Richards top scoring with 35. Rhiannon McDonald-Gay made 19 not out. 4 for 14 for Freya Davies, 2 for 19 for Charlie Knott, and 2 for 23 for Ava Lee. So here's Emily Arlett, who's pushed into the covers. It's another dicey looking single. The throw to either end could have been interesting.
I think the difference there, though, is Smale has been running with Lamb all season, and they've been running like that all season, and they do run well together.
Yeah. I was going to say, from side on the direct hit, she still was home there, but she was home.
But yeah, they've been running in that fashion all season, and they just seem to be on each other's wavelength. And they're almost afraid not to take just the tiny bit of risk that it won't be a direct hit. You know, they sort of will put pressure on a fielder.
That's just blocked by Lamb. In fact, Smale, beg your pardon.
And actually, on a day like this, that's quite important to take that approach, I think, and just you might not be able to take the game to the bowlers with stroke play today, but there could be the opportunity to do it with the running between the wickets and keep pressure on them that way.
Well, again, polling in nice spots, met by the middle with Smells bat. So fascinating to see whether Davis was a one over to allow a change of end, or a strategy based on the success of the Thunder spinners. When we might see Potts again, who clearly isn't going to want to bowl from this new road end after her discomfort earlier. Well, it's short, it's turned away into the mid-wicket region. They want two, they'll take two, and they'll get back with relative comfort. That's good running between these two, who do generally run well between the sticks. They've put on some substantial partnerships this season, not least when these sides met at Old Trafford, where Lamb made 107, Smale made 67. Can't be many games of cricket where your openers bat like that and you go on to lose. But they did, narrowly. This is rotated behind square for 1, 12 for 1.
Yeah, it went all the way. I was there at Old Trafford for that one. It went all the way. And Eve Jones, as we mentioned, batted magnificently, and it even took a sort of 2 runs a ball cameo from Bethan Ellis, which you didn't necessarily see coming, but just got them over the line with a quick sort of 20 odd, I think it was.
Pushed in front of Perrin at point, no run there. Arlott concedes 4 from her first over, the third of the innings. 12 for 1. Speaking of low scoring games, the Northern Diamonds, chasing 110 to win at York, are 38 for 4 after 11 overs. So they are in all sorts of a pickle. Ollie Armitage, the captain, out there trying to provide some stability. Steph Alice and Rebecca Duckworth have both got out for ducks already. Armitage and Burns out there. Kate Kopak has 3 wickets and Eva Gray has 1. So York appearing to be something of a batter's graveyard today.
Yeah, it was 16 off 7 in the end that Bethan Ellis made in that game at Old Trafford, and that's the sort of innings that I don't think we're going to see today.
No. No. Change of bowling. It is Potts changing ends and finding the inside edge of Smell's bat. Goes away through fine leg for 1. So Potts is now coming in from the Diglis end. So confirms that Davis bowling and over there was just to facilitate the change of ends. And it will be that familiar opening combination for Sparks of Potts and Arlott.
They could be forgiven for thinking nothing's gone right for them today, Sparks, really.
Again, Potts in the right spots, nearly finding the outside edge. Yeah, but it hasn't been Sparks' best day thus far. They'll hope to go on and prove that this pitch is very tough for both sides to bat on.
Yeah, that'll be the aim. I mean, I think this will be a long, relatively slow chase here, but we'll see.
That's off the middle of Lamb's bat. Yeah, these two, both very impressive players. You would imagine, and on the whole this is how it tends to go, that Lamb would be the more purposeful and aggressive of the two in terms of looking to take advantage of the power play.
Yeah, Lamb actually I think works into her innings, to be honest. I think she'll start behind one a ball and we'll get back there if she bats time. Smale will play her strokes, but she's a stroke player, if that makes sense.
Turned away into the onside. 14 for 1.
rather than your sort of pinch
work your way through that phrase, Mike.
Rather than your sort of pinch hitter who will sort of maybe back away and try and create room and shot, Smale will wait for a ball that's got a bit of natural width and use that and sort of put her hands
more
through
conventional.
Yeah, and she'll be quite patient and sort of wait with defensive strokes and little works off the hit from the straight ones.
Left alone by Smale. It might be a white ball game, but it is a day for a leave.
Well, I think actually she thought she'd got one with a bit of width and realised she couldn't reach it because the umpire's hands did go out there in the end to signify the wide. But yeah, I mean, so neither are what you'd call sort of your dashes in the power play.
Absolutely. Nibbled away. Good quick single. Good running. Definitely one there. Yes, if you're categorising, I often use the categories of sort of dashes or bashers. Neither of them are in that.
No. And as I say, Lamb is quite comfortable to sit slightly behind because she knows she'll catch up fairly quickly. She knows there's always a boundary there for her, so she doesn't seem to get worried about being behind one ball in the early stages.
Cut shot from Lamb, but was aware that deep third's out there, so needed to be in control of the shot, not just merely get it past the inner ring. Hit hard along the ground, so single to complete a productive over the Thunder, who take 5 from it, 4 gone, 17 for 1.
So a solid enough start here for Thunder. They'll be ahead of where Sparks found themselves at the 5 over mark, whatever happens in this over, because they already are ahead of that 16 for 1 that Central Sparks had after the 5 overs of their power play. But it was the fact they were 3 down by the end of it that really got their innings stuck and made it difficult for them to progress through the gears. As on away comes Arlett again.
Arlett from the New Road end. Finding Perrin at point. They take 1. Direct hit could have been close, but actually, from our angle side on, was just about in. It's that quick, decisive calling that we were talking about. They took the gamble that, well, a calculated gamble, I should add, that Perrin's a right-handed throw and it was 5 yards to her left. So it's a tight call, but it's a good call.
Yeah, as I said, these two are they're on each other's wavelength this season, and they do take advantage of it.
Top ball. Lamb just blocking that one. He's going to need a little bit of conventional old school opening batting here as well, just to see off the threat of that new ball from Arlett and Potts. No, there is plenty of belief from a few home spectators I've spoken to that the pitch would prove equally difficult for both. So Arlett this time will need to re-bowl that one.
Now that's something they'll have to keep a handle on, because that was where Thunder were very disciplined for much of their innings, the extras column.
7 wides, if memory serves. Which is
so.
Pretty
8
tight.
in the end.
8, which across 42 and a bit overs of cricket is pretty decent going. Just guiding this one, getting on top of the bounce smell, very conventionally correct. These two understandably watchful and accumulative against the new ball. Just 1 boundary off the bat so far.
Particularly when anything down the leg side is a wide as well. It shows a degree of discipline, I think, now. And Sparks already have had 3 wides.
Again, similar line and length, similar response.
It looks like being a grind though, this. It doesn't look like it's going to run away particularly quickly. Who knows, maybe it will later on.
I don't think they'd have thought about it a lot, but there is also that aspect of if they can complete the chase with a net run rate of 1.25 times better, Sparks will get an extra point. It's out to cover for 1 more. Again, well judged quick single, always 1 there. If Both batters commit early and don't hesitate.
I will double check it, but that is generally the 40 over mark. But it feels like one of those games where if you bat for 35, you will win it. But it's the batting for 35
there'll be that,
will be the difficulty.
There'll be that point where the lack of wickets cause bowlers to start searching for wickets, therefore more bad balls come, which brings more scoring opportunities. And that means that the run rate just starts to tick up. So that's just guided away out to deep square on the pads from Arlott. So more accumulation from Thunder, who after 5 overs have 21 for 1 to show for their work thus far. Elsewhere, everybody's got bowled out who's batted first, which tells its own story. Blaze are 28 for 1 in the 5th over against Western Storm at Cheltenham. Ground that traditionally has quite short, inviting boundaries, but you'd imagine has something of a sporting wicket today. The two Bryces are in together, and normally, if you're an opposition bowling attack, that spells trouble. Earlier on, Catherine Bryce took 4 for 20, as Western Storm somewhat collapsed from 168 for 3. Had a very good platform set from where that point they should have probably been looking at about 270 at least. Only ended up with 217. These Potts continuing after a change of end. Hitting a nice length. Just prodded out to Perrin at point.
So yeah, just to confirm that bonus point calculation, if you times the run rate of 2.9 in the Sparks innings by 1.25, you get 3.625, and if you times that by 40, you get 145, which is the target for victory. So
we reckon they've got to chase it in.
They've got to chase it in the 40 overs.
40 overs. Thanks to Mike with the numbers. Left alone by Lamb of Potts. And that extra point could be important. I mean, realistically, it still would take something remarkable for either of these two to reach finals day, but winning this game would be a good start. South East Stars look like you would think they're going to lose to the Southern Vipers, so it's a great chance for either of these sides to close that gap up. Just guided into the covers. Really worth, if you're a young opening batter, or indeed a batter at any age, any level, keeping an eye on how Lamb and Smell are negotiating this new ball in tough conditions. They're playing it with very respectfully, very soft hands, no extravagant shots. Also batting out of their crease to try and negate the swing. Back of a length, and just using the slight width on offered. Lamb cutting well to Perrin, stopped the ball well to her left, but it's a right-handed throw which offered the chance for a single. Pretty good cricket all round. It wasn't a particularly bad ball at all.
Coming one of the very best in there at backward point, Davina Perrin. She was particularly good in the T20 competition.
Yep, she's still about 11 years old. Back of a length, just pushed into the ground by Smell. Being slightly sarcastic, but not too sarcastic. I think plenty of us can remember exactly where we were in 2006, in September. Davina Perrin turns 18 in September of 2024. Born in Wolves back in September 2006. Potts once more. That is a rare show of aggression on a day where there's been very little of it. Smell decided it was in that half volley slot. Gave that a whack. The bottom hand came through on it as well. Smell will keep the strike. That single off the last. 2 off the over, 23 for 1 off 6.
So a steady start, but that's all Thunder need at this stage. The two batters will be quite happy with where they find themselves at this stage. But I suppose the flip side of it is it was still, 21 for 1 at this stage in the Sparks innings, and they lost 2 wickets in the 9th and the 10th over. So that's what Lancashire Thunder have to avoid happening here?
Well, that required run rate is 2.77. So it is one of those types of chases where you just think if they bat a period of time without losing any wickets, Sparks will have to blink first in terms of trying something different, and that tends to lead to opportunities to score your runs quicker. That's a nice spot from Arlott. I was surprised to see it's only taken 3 wickets in this competition this season. It's been very economical. The Sparks' second most economical bowler. By all accounts, chatting to a few round the traps, has been a little unlucky with a few catches being shelled off her bowling at some points. No run there, enthusiastically fielded at extra cover by Webb.
She's up to 34 in Redgley Flint Trophy cricket now. But as you say, only 3 of them coming this year. Interesting to see how she goes on this wicket though. You imagine she'll bowl well on it, but she tends to be one who benefits from bounce generally.
Get 1 here, not certain it was off the bat, just squirms into the onside. Absolutely, it's her height that does help get that extra kick, which often finds gloves, finds outside edges.
And she's certainly not going to get bounce off this pitch, but I think it could still, I think she has the accuracy to bowl well on it. Because that seems to have been the key here today. If you can bowl full and straight, you've got a chance.
Just guided out into the covers. Hannah Baker will be a big threat, of course, when she comes on. She is comfortably Sparks' top wicket taker of this 50 over campaign, has 12. Next best is Potts with 8. Ellis and Fackrell both have 7.
Another one going in at short cover now. Interesting ploy.
2 out there at deep third and deep backward square. Well, it is turned this time into the onside by Lamb for no run. Lamb just taking a time here, 8 of 21. No need to rush with a modest target of 145 to win.
I think with it still being T20 cricket in the men's game, there's a lot of cricket still to be played on this pitch as well.
Coming down the track this time just to try and change the angles a bit. Lamb driving on the half volley straight to mid-off. End of the 7th over, just 1 run off it, 24 for 1.
And that was the thing, the advancing batter was the thing that prompted Threlkeld to come up in the first innings, and I think she stayed up there after that because she realised there wasn't a huge amount of carry when she stood back, although there was enough when Naomi Datani found the edge, I suppose.
Well, the conventional wisdom a lot of the time is you might be hesitant to bring your keeper up early doors because of the idea that the new ball's going to get a nick, and that is very difficult. The thicker edge is very, very tough to take standing up, and as you alluded to, it seemed like the visiting captain realised that on this slowish wicket that actually was relatively unlikely. These Potts. It's just push to Perrin, and of course the other thing is you're completely changing the way the batter has to bat. You're trapping them in their crease. They can't negate that swing off the new ball as easily. It's sometimes forgotten the amount of dismissals keepers create by being able to competently stand up to fast medium seam bowling when it's nipping around. Potts still chasing her first wicket. Won't get it with delivery like that. It's another wide. It's another little freebie for Lancashire Thunder. We'll happily take that on a day where batting is proving tough everywhere, it seems. Except for the Bryces. Shock horror. Looks like they're at it again. 51 for 1 off 7. The Blaze in pursuit of 218 to win. Potts looking to straighten up this ball. Oh, that's beautiful. Having bowled a leg side wide, comes back with an absolute peach that knocks the bottom of the off stump out. Smale is gone for 12 off 21, And Grace Potts, who's had a bit of an afternoon of it, had to change ends after an uncomfortable first over, finds her radar and finds it perfectly. That is out 25 for 2.
Well, it's a little bit of an opening now, isn't it? And we mentioned that 34 for 3 score at the 10 over mark. That's kind of what stalled the Sparks innings. So if they can get one more now, then it could get very, very interesting, this game. But Katie Mack's on her way to try and stop that happening. She's a small player who likes to be busy on her feet, both forward and back. We saw Courtney Webb undone by the fact she was playing off the back foot in the Sparks innings, so it'll be interesting to see if Mack has learnt from that and perhaps opts for the front foot more so than the back here. And yeah, it's going to be an attritional chase and an attritional game, this one, I think.
I think we could end up having a bit of an old school runs versus wickets game almost here, where overs become irrelevant, because it's very difficult to imagine that if Lancashire Thunder don't bat the 50 overs, they won't score the runs.
Yeah.
And so Sparks then know they've got to play attacking cricket, aggressive field placings, because they know they've got to take 8 more wickets. His Potts to Mack. I think from my first ball is just guiding it to fellow Aussie Webb, extra cover.
It's very deliberately forward from that first ball, so I don't know if that's indicative of the messages she's been sent on with here to try and get forward. In fact, Davina Perrin is actually mimicking her stride forward from backward point there, as if to show how much of a
bit of shadow batting as well. Batters love that
stride it was.
Potts in, that's down leg. That's another wide from Potts. Second of the over. After this, next up for Lancashire Thunder, they are at home at Sedbergh against the Southern Vipers on Sunday the 14th of July. This Sunday, and then after that, break for the 100, have 4 games left to come back to. Potts to Mack. He is off the mark now, and there's no fine leg here, so a big chase is needed from Eve Jones, who will actually be beaten to it by deep square leg coming around. And they'll hustle back for 2, 28 for 2. So after the break for the 100, when this competition comes back, Thunder travel to face the South East Stars at Beckenham, where they were comprehensively beaten in their T20 meeting. We'll be hoping for different outcome on Monday the 26th of August, the bank holiday. Mack this time just guiding it to the left of Perrin, no run there. And then on Sunday the 1st of September, it's not quite Lancashire versus Yorkshire, but it's the closest thing in regional cricket to it, as Thunder host the Northern Diamonds at Southport. Then on Wednesday the 4th of September, Thunder at home against the Blaze at Sale, and the campaign finishes by playing Storm away on Saturday the 7th of September. So that's just guided out to extra cover. A couple of dots to finish Potts' eventful over, which featured 2 wides, 8 attempted deliveries and a wicket as well. 28 for 2 of 8. Of course, Thunder will be hoping that at the end of all that there's a semi-final fixture to add on to it, but given the way the table looks right now, you'd have to say that looks relatively unlikely.
Yeah, it looks a distant prospect, doesn't it? The Blaze chasing well at the moment, they might have an outside chance, but even they've got some considerable ground to make up on the South East Stars, even with having beaten them due to their slow start to the season.
You say that, and you're not wrong, but that gap was 10 at the start of today, and it looks like the Stars are going to lose against the Vipers, and if the Bryces keep on bricing, there's every chance the Blaze get 5 points against Western Storm, and that gap's halved. And suddenly the gap is 5 points.
Still another win, isn't it? That's
True.
the issue. That's the issue.
As First ball of the 9th, with Katie George on with her zippy left armers, is just guided out to point. But then the gap is 5 points with 5 games to go, and from memory they do actually meet directly as well.
Yeah.
So, and that Blaze team, as I alluded to earlier, are 2 different teams almost, with the Bryces back in it.
They're certainly on the right trajectory, that's for sure. But I think the fact they need 2 wins going into this round of fixtures is what's counting against them at the moment. And they need to be bonus point wins as well. That's the other factor to get level. So I still think they're going to struggle to cover the gap.
But remember as well that we're also assuming within that Sunrisers and Northern Diamonds will keep the form that they've had.
Yes.
If they were to drop off as well,
but
that presents an opportunity.
They're even further in front,
True.
aren't they? That's the other issue there. And we imagine one of them is going to win today. We imagine it will be Diamonds.
Yeah.
And that could potentially send them top, although I think Vipers might have something to say about that.
It's George once more. Slightly missed time. Was a bit early on it, Mac. Just guiding it round the corner. Was looking to find a vacant gap at square leg and did, to get 1. So Mac has 3. I just have a bit of a hunch that Blaze team with the Bryces back in it and the momentum from having won that T20 comp might well have the form to sneak into that top 4. We shall see 5 games left after today.
I suppose I'm just remembering where they were at the start of the season when they were rock bottom and
also
really
Bryceless.
So I think they may have just left themselves too much ground to make up.
So that's just guided away. There's certainly very much a with and without going on there. They were missing Sarah and Catherine Bryce for Scotland international duty, qualifying for the Women's World Cup through the global qualifier.
Lost their opening game of the season to Central Sparks at Edgbaston.
They had a very, very tough first 6 games and a sort of rebuilding from the wreckage. So that's short, pulled away convincingly, but straight out to deep square for 1. There's still 1 boundary off the bat so far. From memory, yep, from Seren Smelt. That kind of reflects the type of cricket we've seen.
I mean, I have to say, I wouldn't like to, given there's T20 games coming up on this, I mean, look, they could be played in a different way because of the lack of worry about wickets.
That's a dot to end the over from Katie George. Her first over concedes 3, 9 gone, 31 for 2.
But I don't think it'd be filling you with joy coming here for a T20, seeing the way this game's going. Yeah, it does look a struggle to score. But I guess you can be a bit more carefree when there's only 20 overs.
Some are keeping a little bit low as well. It's not necessarily tons of spin in the pitch, but there's just enough.
As I say, it just feels to me
awkward and slow.
Straight mid-wicket, short cover, mid-off, mid-on.
Yeah.
And due to the fact that you have to play forward on it, you can dry the runs up very easily that way.
I'm facing up on 10. From the dig this end comes Potts. It's had a spell that's had a bit of everything. This time just working it with an open face to Perrin, who's been very busy at point. Eight wickets needed realistically here for Sparks. Another 114 for Thunder at a very modest required run rate. Guided straight to Webb at cover. Won't get anything for that. Elsewhere, in a game that is making this one look like a high-scoring thriller. Sunrisers 109 all out. Plays 75 for 5 in the 18th over for the Northern Diamonds. And Beth Langston, having earlier on taken 6 for 24 with the ball, has just walked out with the bat to try and see her side home. Potts again hammering away on that back of a length. Lamb watchful. On 10 off 29 here. In that one, Holly Armitage has just gone for 33. Out to Sophie Munro. caught by Joe Gardner. So they do only need another 35, the Northern Diamonds. But they have lost 5 wickets on a terrible day for batting across much of the country. Oh, that one's kept low. Well, that's the kind of ball I was talking about. And Lamb is having a good laugh about it. You need your spade for that one. Forget a cricket bat. Hopefully we might be able to get a replay of this one. We'll wind it back in real time and have a look. That was a horrid one. Back of a length, and that's been dug out at ankle height. That's the kind of ball that terrifies batters who are waiting in the dressing room. Comes down the pitch this time to try and slightly negate something similar.
Not a bad strategy, actually, I think. I think that was just, well, if it does go low, at least it'll hit me halfway down the pitch.
Yeah, although it does feel like a day where it's relatively difficult to argue that too many LBW dismissals are going to be high.
The fact that players play with such high hands now as well probably doesn't help them on pitches like this.
Lamb this time does want a quick single to Perrin, who's shying even a direct hit, and Lamb had made it. It was a well-judged run that Mac was fully on board with. So the maiden is not quite completed, support by that single. 32 for 2 off 10, so both sides finding life pretty similarly tricky in the power play. 34 for 3, easy for me to say, for the Sparks from their power play. Thunder not much better off, albeit a wicket better off. 32 for 2 off 10.
That puts Lancashire Thunder slightly in front for me, the fact they just haven't lost that 3rd wicket yet. I think if they can get to the 15 over mark without losing that next wicket, then they should be okay. So thanks to Michael McCann there. My name's Mike Perkins. Join you for this one on Central Sparks YouTube channel as Katie George bowls a wide down the leg side, and that is an area in which the Sparks players have been less disciplined so far in their innings. Already the 6th wide, I think I make of it. Lancashire Thunder only conceded 8 in their entire innings as back goes Lamb and defends that one. No run on offer. She had to raise onto her toes slightly in the crease, but we're still sort of leaning forward. It's that kind of a pitch today where you have to ensure you're on the front foot, or at least looking to get on the front foot every single delivery. Lamb waits again. Bat raised here at New Road under cloudy skies as all in red. Emma Lamb is forward, defensively watchful. 11 off 34. It's the sort of innings she plays in the all-white of England in the test matches, but that's exactly what's required today. It is a very, very attritional day, and as we say, if Holly Armitage, the top run scorer in the competition, is only getting into the 30s, it shows it's tough wherever you're playing. In comes Katie George. Bowls short of length. Back goes Lamb. Defends. Picked up by the busy Bethan Ellis at mid-wicket. The pressure just almost seems to have reversed in this game a little bit. It's always been on the batting side, but having swapped jobs, it's now Thunder who must try and absorb it, and Emma Lamb will be vital to that. Katie George bowls, Lamb's forward, drives into the offside, but there's no run there, and that's the dilemma batters are facing. You've got to play forward, but there are very few runs on offer when you do. Courtney Webb at cover this time is the fielder who's across and has been able to pick that one up. Thunder, remember, requiring 145 for victory. They've nearly got that chase below the 3 figures as Lamb gets forward again and drives, and because she was so far down the pitch, it allowed her to just accelerate towards the other end, and she knows in Katie Mack she has one of the quickest in the business to respond to the calls. 34 for 2. A tense day here in Worcester. Not one where the ice cream will be out down the river, you wouldn't have thought, under cloudy skies. As in comes Katie George, and this one's clipped into the leg side by Mack, who will want to. She always wants to, and she'll get back for them. Through she comes, the Australian. That's what her 100 for Lancashire Thunder was characterised by, running just like that, and she's picked up a useful 2 there. 36 for 2 then at the end of the 11th, compared to Central Sparks innings that was already 3 down at this stage. Very, very tight game and a tight chase, this one. And I was saying the fact you brought up Holly Armitage, their leading run scorer in the competition, and only getting into the 30s exemplifies just how difficult batting is today.
Absolutely, but that 33 in the context of that game is priceless.
It is indeed,
equivalent of 100 on a flat pitch.
In comes Potts and bowls, and forward is Emma Lamb, and I think she will be happy to do that as many times as she has to, if it means her side get to victory.
It is one of those small chases where Thunder will think that if they can just bat a period of time, it only takes one bowler having a bad over that turns into a little spell of momentum, and they can get through a big chunk of this target in that time.
Lamb advances down the pitch and gets a short ball that she pulls away, and she was waiting for it, and as much as she's trying to play forward, she knows if she gets a short one like that, she can whisk it away for 4 runs, and she was onto it in an absolute flash. There was Emma Lamb, 40 for 2 with that much needed boundary.
Put that away ruthlessly, Lamb, and we've been talking about how accumulative it has been. That is only the second boundary of the innings. And from her 39th ball faced, that is Lamb's first boundary. But it does demonstrate the point we were talking about. Potts searching for something different, the need to search for wickets, decides to bang one in short when she doesn't actually have a fielder behind square on the leg side. Or didn't when that ball was bowled, had a deep square leg, so I thought I'll trust my pull shot. Now a deep backward square leg has gone in.
As we were saying, she was the test opener last summer and is having to sort of bat in that fashion, but she gets another one to pull away, and back-to-back 4s for Emma Lamb, and that's just how quickly this total could disappear for Central Sparks. Any little moments of indiscipline, if they're seized on by the batters, then all of a sudden big chunks of your total can disappear, and they're within 100 now of the Central Sparks total. They'll need 101 to win the game.
Well, those last 2 balls are exactly what I'd been mentioning mere moments ago. Potts searches and tries to do something different. Lamb capitalises.
And the second one was almost the bigger crime, because the first one was kind of created as Lamb comes forward and defends it, but the second one was a genuine short ball, wasn't it?
I'm chuckling at your use of the phrase bigger crime, as if the Worcestershire Constabulary will be down here to arrest Grace Potts. What is the charge? You bowled a short ball that got pulled for 4 and you tried to do it again. What's the jail time? What's the sentence? Crimes against cricket.
But Lamb definitely created that first one, didn't she? Whereas the second one was right there for her. She's forward again, a long way forward. A full stride and another stride to that one, defending it. And Potts did well, stuck to a length on that occasion, which is what you've got to do on this pitch.
Emma Lamb, once upon a time the first women's cricketer to play in the Cheshire County Premier League. Something of a trailblazer in her own right. She's playing very impressively here on a very tough pitch.
Now that would have been when she was at Bramall, I reckon, as she plays that one away, which is another track. There's a lot of tracks in Cheshire that are a little on the low side, and yeah, Bramall's can be a bit bit stodgy and a bit on the low side. Lamb defending that last ball into the offside. It's a no run on offer. 44 for 2. But yeah, Bramall can get a bit like that as well.
What's a good score there in 50 overs then?
Ooh, 200 you'd be laughing.
200 you'd be laughing?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. It depends when you go there. But yeah, it's one of those that's surrounded
but
by...
less high summer generally.
Surrounded by fields. And they tend to be a bit stodgy and slow and low. Yeah, they can be hard work. I think Danny Lamb played there as well. I think both Emma and Danny played there. As back goes Katie Mack and defends that one into the offside. There's no run. 44 for 2 it remains.
For those unfamiliar, maybe if you follow women's cricket more so than men, we know a lot about how we're understanding the way women's sports fans and men's sports fans watch, that too often can be completely separate audiences. Danny, a professional cricketer on the men's side of things, a very impressive, talented family.
In comes Katie George, and back goes Katie Mack to block that one. 44 for 2.
Front foot no ball.
Ooh, well spotted. And the whirly ice cream comes out because I did get.
Was a moment where
I did get free hits.
You were looking at me as if I'd suddenly decided to start a bit of line dancing in the commentary box. And just looking at me like, why is
well,
that?
I'm quite relieved that I did get a good signal because I got free hitted the other day.
You got free hitted?
As in, I missed that it was a free hit and I couldn't work out why it wasn't out for a couple of seconds. As Katie George comes in and bowls, and that one's hit over the top. And that'll go away for 4. It's been well placed. The chase is a valiant one in the end, and Potts nearly gets there in the nick of time. But a little bit of a risk taken to lift that one over the top. And Katie Mack takes a total on to 9. And those are the sort of risks every now and again you need to take, but very rarely have we seen them come off.
Mack's first boundary, just the 4th of the innings thus far. Does keep up a sense of pressure, and just in the last 10 minutes scoring has been a touch freer.
Here comes Katie George, bowling to Mack, who's back on the crease but standing well forward of it, if that makes sense. So she's still almost playing on the front foot, even though she was forced by the delivery slightly backwards. Abby Freeborn there calling for the helmet, so I don't know if we're going to see a bit of spin or a bit of Bethan Ellis that she might stand up to in the next over.
Of course, as you were alluding to, she got that ton against the Sunrisers in April. Katie Mack
waits here, and again was forward of her crease but forced back towards it by the delivery, and is able to block it defensively. But she's making a real effort to get forward here as Katie Mack whenever the opportunity presents itself, and she's starting off as far forward as she can as well. She's clearly had a bit of a word with the coaching staff, I think, about her strategy before coming out here today. Here comes George again, who bowls with a ball that Mack is clipping into the leg side, and that for a second looked as if it was going to be the second boundary of the over, but it barely escaped the ring in the end before Potts was able to get across to it. So 1 run taken. That brings up the 50 for Thunder. It's been a hard worked 50, as every run has been in this game.
By the standards of professional cricket, it is a slow outfield.
Yes,
no doubt.
Undoubtedly.
By the standards of club cricket, it's still all right.
I don't think it's recovered from being
all the
underwater for so much of the winter as well. As Lamb just prods this one leg side. Now this should have the legs to go. It pops up off that bit of matting though, which has really slowed it down. Again, there's going to be 3 runs taken in the end, so good running between the sprightly Mack and Lamb. 53 for 2. Now that one definitely deserved 4 until
Absolutely.
it popped up off the
Yep.
matting, but it has only resulted in 3.
First 3 of the day for either side. And well, that shot of the cathedral slightly sums up what we've had today. It's about 16 degrees, chucking a cooling breeze. It feels more like around 14. There's a bit of cloud cover. It's a very stereotypical English summer's day. Thankfully, not even a hint of rain around. So, or forecast. So this game will be completed out on the pitch.
And it is going to be a spinner. Hannah Baker coming into the attack. Voice of Michael McCann alongside myself, Mike Perkins. You're watching the Central Sparks YouTube stream here at New Road, Worcester. Scores elsewhere. Southern Vipers not having too much trouble in the early stages of their chase against the South East Stars, who made 120. Vipers are 29 without loss as Baker bowls back into the crease. Goes Lamb, pushes away and picks up another single. So makes up for the one she lost off the matting there from the first ball the next over. 54 for 2. Diamonds still need another 21 with 4 wickets remaining against the Sunrisers. They're chasing 110 for victory in that one, so they're 89 for 6 as Baker bowls. Back goes Katie Mack on that occasion, having very deliberately played forward for much of her innings against the Seamers. So that's a dot ball. And then Western Storm against the Blaze, 84 for 2 the Blazers score, so they seem well on their way in that game as Mack advances down the track to Baker there, but catches the ball on the bottom of her bat there. It was almost as if she caught it. She got there just before the ball pitched on the ground, but didn't get any power in it as a result. As we head towards 3 o'clock here, Mack all the way back this time and cutting fine down towards the boundary at third. Perrin chases hard and will get there and keep it to 2. 56 for 2. So as she is on most wickets, she's either a long way forward, often taking a little chassé to get there, or a long way back here is Katie Mack. Baker again, bowling a leg spin, and that one was tighter to the stumps and a little bit more dangerous there to Mack, who just pushed with a straight bat made away. Another dot to the Baker analysis. What could she produce from the final ball? Throws it up. Max down the track, hits it well, and it'll beat the dive at mid-on. Perhaps shouldn't have done, took a little bit of a bobble as it was getting there, but I think the fielder would have expected to have stopped that one. And it goes all the way past Chloe Brewer and away for 4 runs. 60 for 2. And Katie Mack showing how, for a small batter, she can really make use of her strides both forwards and back in that over.
You'd imagine she'd be quite good on the dance floor based on what we've just seen there. But
quick on the feet.
But all bad jokes aside, that was a bit of a mini masterclass in how to play spin on a turning tough track there. You're either committing to going all the way back and looking to play the ball as late as possible, or come down and meet it on the half volley. But as she did once there, just because you've come all the way down the pitch and met it on the half volley, there is zero need or pressure to actually play a big shot. You can simply come down and meet it and just try and block or poke it for 1. And Mack takes 7 from the over as a result of her good work.
60 for 2 then, the chase 145. Katie George bowls short of length and actually got a bit of life out the pitch there, which was something of a surprise.
Lamb's frustrated that wasn't a wide, which
I can see why.
It's gone past its shoulder height from what I can see. I think that's a 1 for the over. I don't think that's necessarily a wide as such. Remember, it's cutting in off the angle as well, so it's by the time it's past the stumps, it's actually gone over about middle.
Here's Lamb waiting again. George on her way. Delivers shorter length again, and Lamb turns this one round the corner and will happily stride to the non-striker's end. 25 now, 47. I think Lamb will almost be happy a lot of the time just to get a single and to get to the non-striker's end, and then just wait for the bad ball when it comes along.
Well, Mack seems of the two the more intent to come and play shots and move things along, and that's always the dynamic partnerships work in.
In fact, that last one was given as a leg bye, so Lamb won't be credited with that particular delivery, as Max again from a forward position but then back into defence there. But she's standing a long way out that crease, and her first movement of the head is always forward, so even if she does take the stride back, she's still well over the ball. 61 for 2. Matt leans forward again just adjusts to allow the ball to hit the bat. Now that would have been gone. had it been a direct hit, but it wasn't, and the batters get through. Mack will just come down for a little discussion with Emma Lamb there. And they got their margin slightly wrong on that occasion, although no harm done because they both remain at the wicket, 62 for 2. So we passed 3 o'clock here on this Wednesday afternoon in Worcester. A relatively cool one under cloudy skies. Emma Lamb faces up. Katie George bowls. Down the track comes Lamb. Swings her arms at this one, and that will be signalled a wide.
George seems to me to have been given the licence here to just charge in, bowl quick, try and make something happen. I mean, there's definitely some kind of a short ball ploy, because there is deep backward square and a square leg out. The one thing I would constructively question is whether this is the kind of pitch that suits that plan.
That's why I was... This is generally how Katie George will bowl for the Sparks. 63 for 2 now. It will remain there as Lamb prods leg side, and that will be a no ball as well. So 64 for 2 the total moves on to, and that will be a free hit as well for Emma Lamb, which are very valuable in this sort of situation. But yeah, I'm with you. I don't think it's the sort of pitch for that. And even though it's usually the tactic George bowls to, I'd almost be more tempted to use a bit more of Bethan Ellis than I usually
But she doesn't normally bowl quite this persistently short.
I've seen her do it. I think she's almost used as an impact bowler. This one goes off the top edge, away for 4 runs, 1 bounce over the rope, and Lamb making the most of that free hit. She got a short ball, George sticking to that length, and Lamb seized upon it, 68 for 2. Yeah, they do tend to use her as a bowler who will hit the pitch and try and get the batters hitting up and get them out that way. We'll slip in the odd Yorker as well to mix those lengths up. And she's going to deliver this one again here to Lamb, who's forward defensively. There's no run on offer. But as you say, I'd almost be tempted to use a little bit more Bethan Ellis, because she's that kind of slow medium bowler who just bowls stump to stump, and I think that's the sort of pitch we're looking at today. And Sparks maybe need to be adaptable with their approach here. And sort of all 3 of their bowlers, I would say, are slightly quicker in pace than the Thunder bowlers of Norris. Maybe Graham is probably about the same pace as Potts and Arlott and George, but I would say, in fact, George is the quickest of those 4. But I would say Norris and Tatani and people like that are bowling just slightly slower, and then obviously the spinners as well. And the other aspect, I guess, is the fact that Hannah Baker is a leg spinner rather than a kind of left arm spinner, so will generally stray a little bit wider of the stumps as well as a result. And it was sort of that wicket to wicket left arm round that was so successful for Thunderers. That's chopped away on the charge there by Katie Mack, and there will be another single added to the total, 69 for 2. They've got to that 15 over mark we were talking about, which we said could be crucial if they could get there without losing the 3rd wicket. Well, they have. And it's felt a long time for them to get there, which is the nature of the cricket. Now that's driven beautifully down the ground and away for 4 by Emma Lamb, who is approaching her 1000th run in Rachel Hare Flint Trophy cricket. If she can get to 49, she will have scored her 1000th run in Rachel Hare Flint Trophy by my maths. And she's looking like she's going to have a chance here today. Forward again, just manages to fiddle that one round the corner, and will look to come back 2 as the ball trickles away fine on the leg side. And the 2 runs are again gratefully received. The 50 partnership's up, 75 for 2. And these 2 have exceeded any partnership in the Central Sparks innings. Well, bar 1, isn't it? There was 66, I think, was the maximum, was it? No, it wasn't that many in the end. 46, was it, I think?
No, it was a partnership of 36 for the 6th wicket. But I speculate that the reason that number might be in your head is they came together at 67 for 5.
became together in the 60s. There we go. So that one's played away to Davina Perrin, and that's another dot ball.
That was Katie George and Bethan Ellis. If there's any chance here for Sparks, Baker needs to pull something special out the bag. Sparks is top wicket taker this season, 12 wickets and an average of 24, including a 5-for.
Yeah, I think most of those came in the first 3 games. I think she had 8 from the first 3 games, as that one's defended into the offside, and Webb is there to pick up. 76 for 2 then at the end of the over. At the end of the over, as these two continue to progress and continue to look good. And as I say, then it's been the biggest partnership of the match so far, 51, and it's coming good time too off 54 balls. And it's the sort of partnership, if it goes on much longer, will take the game away from Central Sparks.
Well, that pendulum is shifting in front of our very eyes. It was almost... What happened was almost exactly what I speculated could happen. And it started happening just after I said it. Those 2 boundaries off the bowling of Potts from Lamb just got Thunder going. And since then, they've actually been in quite a nice run of momentum and scoring that has actually been a better period with the bat than either team has had at any point in the match beforehand, and that has partially prompted this bowling change, which we'll see Davis come into the attack.
It felt like the chance was always going to be when that second wicket fell. They had that opportunity, didn't they, to turn it into a third, but if they couldn't, the game might run away, as this bowling change will result in a 4. Will it? First ball? No. Hannah Baker gets there on the slide and prevents the scoring being 4, but it's 2 taken.
Quicker outfield, definitely 4. No doubt. That's the outfield coming into play.
And Georgia Davis trying to find a way to bowl her side back into the match. Featured regularly in the T20s. Bowls a ball that's turned leg side for 1. And this is now starting to become frustrating for Sparks, that the flurry of boundaries has now allowed Thunder just to turn it around the field a little bit, and that will keep things moving. 79 for 2. It stays there as Potts is found with a little working shot into the leg side by Mack. He's looking comfortable off both front and back foot at the moment, but that can so easily change on a tough pitch like this. She's well forward this time, heading to cover, striding down the pitch looking for the single, but knew it wasn't there. Ellis with the fielding on that occasion. Here comes Georgia Davis again. Matt back on that occasion, defends it. Davis just has to pick up the ball and go again. 2 spinners bowling in tandem. Will this be enough to get Sparks their 3rd wicket and potentially get them back into this game? Perrin fielding at backward point from a cut stroke. 79 for 2, it stays.
We have a result from elsewhere. Diamonds have won by 4 wickets, with more than half of their overs available against the Sunrisers at York. Sunrisers, you may remember, 109 all out. Joe Gardner 21, Alice McLeod 19, Hamisu Kumar 18, 6 for 24 for Beth Langston, a wicket each for Erin Burns, Lizzie Scott and Phoebe Turner. In reply, Holly Armitage, the Diamond skipper, top scoring with 33 until Erin Burns played a fine finisher's knock of 35 off 36 balls to get the Diamonds nervously home.
Here comes Baker again, bowls a ball that down the track comes Lamb to, just finds mid-on with the drive.
Kate Kopak, the star of the Sunrisers bowls, with 3 for 35. Gray, Munro and Suren Kumar with a wicket each.
Baker looking to bat the dot up. It's a full ball that Lamb tried to cut, which probably wasn't the wisest thing to do. Dot ball recorded. So that will send Northern Diamonds up to 30 points and top of the table. Correct. Momentarily. But with Southern Vipers looking likely to beat the South East Stars and return to the top, as a single is pushed off the back foot by Lamb into the cover region, and Katie Mack responds quickly and ably. 84-2 is the score now for Lancashire Thunder, chasing 145. So they're getting there gradually as this one's turned down to fine leg by Mack, well in her crease, and she gets back there via the other end to add 2 to the total. 82 for 2. A little bit of blue sky poking out above the cathedral now, but still largely cloudy. That cloud has felt higher though in this innings, which maybe is assisting what the visitors are trying to do in their chase, as Mack's happy to defend that latest one.
It's looked really busy since coming to the crease. Purposeful. Real intent to score. Has injected energy into this innings, Katie Mack.
I'll make Lamb at the non-strikers end 990 runs in Rachel Hare Flint Trophy cricket. So she's 10 away from the milestone of 1,000 runs. Baker bowls. Turning is Mack. Lamb will have to hurry up, but she does hurry up and gets to her ground. 83 for 2. Matt will keep the strike, and these two looking as comfortable as anybody has all day today, which is probably putting the markers on.
Confirmation that win for Northern Diamonds means they have 7 wins from 9. 3rd defeat for the Sunrisers to go with 5 wins and that washout against Sparks in Sparks' last match before today. So Diamonds go 5 points above Sunrisers, who, likes of Blaze, will still want to think they might be able to catch.
Yeah, that gap will certainly close as this one's turned down to short fine leg for 1 off the bowling of George Davis by Mack, who's on to 21, 83 for 2. Looks as if this will be a chase that will go Thunder's way, but a couple of wickets now could make things interesting. As Lamb goes back into a crease. Potts is there to pick up. Dot ball.
Yeah, right now it could be 4 victories for the 4 chasing teams. Indeed, that looks likely.
Lamb forward, defends. Will pick up another sharp single. Central Sparks just been run a little ragged by these two at the moment. 84 for 2.
Yeah, we're seeing a really good lesson today. Ironically, after a misjudged run out between Lamb and Clark to start the innings, from Lamb since then, particularly with Mack, we've seen a bit of a clinic in how to top up your scores for effective running between the wickets.
I mean, Mack is so quick, you can call her through for almost anything, and she'll get there as that one goes down the leg side. 86 for 2.
Yeah, that variation where Davis pushes it out as a seamer is not working for her today. She's tried it 3 times, she's dragged it down leg every time.
Bowls with a bit more flight here, so Matt uses it as an invitation to advance down the track, but doesn't find a drive past Perrin. Here comes Georgia Davis once more. Mack again down the track to a flighted delivery, and again can't find the stroke she would have liked, so just diverts it behind square on the offside for no run. So the next game that looks like being completed is probably Vipers v South East Stars, although this one could beat them to it, as that one evades a cut stroke from Mack and brings the over to a close. 86 for 2. Blaze still have some way to go, but a 3 down in pursuit of 217 to beat the Storm. 55 for 1 the Southern Vipers score in pursuit of 120 against the South East Stars, and here 86 for 2 in pursuit of 145. So another 59 required here, and the run rate certainly won't be an issue at less than 2 and over now. They know every time they score 2 off and over, they've won it, which is a much simpler task than a lot of Rachel Hare Flint Trophy games. 20th over of the innings. It's driven firmly at Courtney Webb, who can't stop the single being taken, but does stop what probably would have been a fairly long chase for Grace Potts on the boundary. 87 for 2. Lamb on to 41. 8 runs away from that milestone of 1,000 in RHF Trophy cricket. Mac though on strike at the moment. Drives up to Georgia Davis. There's no run. Here comes Baker again. Mac again down the track and drives past Courtney Webb for 1 and will look to come back for 2 and does so with ease in the end. 89 for 2. Almost just has the feel that Lancashire Thunder are starting to break the back of this chase.
Yep. Completely agree. Sparks have got to find something quick.
Here's Baker, throws it up, and this one's going to be clapped away by Emma Lamb. Now, will it find the boundary? It's a slow outfield, which allows Katie George to get round on the slide. So just 2 more taken. Yet more proof that batters have to work hard for their runs. But Lancashire Thunder now have 91 of them for the loss of just 2.
The runs are coming very quickly between this pair. Not far off a run a ball.
In comes Baker again. There's a flashing blade of a cut stroke from Katie Mack, who retreated right back into her crease when she saw the width, but didn't connect. But looks settled at this stage. A couple more wickets though, and this could get interesting. Baker throws it up, clipped away by Mack, but straight into the short mid-wicket fielder. That's a dot ball. And that brings to the end the 20th over then. By comparison, 73 for 5 was the Thunder score at this stage. 91 for 2 is the Sparks score, and that's yet more indication that Central Sparks are in control of this chase at the moment, Michael McCann.
Yeah, so 91 for 2 Lancashire Thunder, and Central Sparks were 73 for 5, and of course things didn't get much better from that point for Sparks. There wasn't that much of a recovery in falling to 144 all out. Here's Davis. He was just worked off her pads by Lamb, and they do scramble home. The quick running of Mac proving to be an essential need there.
I think that's the proof you can call her for almost anything.
Yeah, well, exactly what you just said. I mean, that was near enough straight to short mid-wicket. And yet
she just seems to get there.
Did make it. Zipping.
It's like she's
through.
Teleporting.
Down the track this time, Mac. I've been really impressed by the way she's played the spin at both ends, and she'll get 4 here through extra cover. As soon as she saw it go up above the eye line and nice and full, backed herself to get there. Then once she didn't try and hit the ball hard at all. Just timed it through the gap, and even on this slow outfield, gets 4 runs. Looks in very good touch for her 30. And this time it's just covering up on that delivery.
I'm trying to remember if she came back slightly early because of Georgia Voll's injury in the T20. From memory, she did.
Certainly did. Played a fair bit of the T20 campaign. Got a few starts. Got a few pretty valuable starts where she didn't quite go on with it, and had she done so, could have really gone on to play innings that would have shaped the match even more. As again, Mac is blocking here. In her 4 T20s, made 1 against Vipers, 28 against Sunrisers, none against Sparks, 4 against Diamonds, and then 33 against Sunrisers in this competition and 12 against Stars. So that's just inside the wide line.
But yeah, I can't remember whether the original division of the contract had her coming back for those 4 T20 games, or whether it was just the injury to Georgia Voll that brought her back slightly early. But it's certainly, in this form of cricket, she's looking very, very good, and certainly did that with that 100 she got early on. Would probably be disappointed not to have got a few more, but this is a valuable 30. It's one of those 30s that's worth more than 30 at the moment.
Absolutely. Hasn't actually got a half century for Thunder this season apart from that ton, but did get 42 against Sparks in Manchester when these sides met on the 8th of May, and Sparks won in that memorable thriller thanks to 136 not out from Eve Jones. Of course, Emma Lamb made a somewhat more forgotten ton in that game, and is looking in very good touch against the region of the purple, yellow and black here. Change of bowling. And I'm not surprised because spin just wasn't really working, but that's been nibbled away. That'll be 1. And they are going to whiz back for 2. So 98 for 2, just short of the milestone of the 100 here. And right now, Sparks struggling to find the answer. It is Beth Ellis who, Mike Perkins away to my left, thought might well suit this pitch for whippy medium paces with good variety, but that's too short, and to a set batter like Lamb has just got the treatment, thumped away through mid-wicket, and that's gone for 6. So it is 50 for Emma Lamb, and it is 1,000 runs in her Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy career, and a memorable way to bring it up by whacking a maximum into the onside. 50 off 66 balls. She's accelerated as time has gone on and looks well placed to turn it into a red inker to see the chase home.
And was it not for the fact that she attracted the attention of England during her accumulation of those 1,000 runs, she'd have probably got there a lot sooner as well. But she's been one of the main batters of this regional format of cricket, and she's enjoyed getting those 1,000 runs.
It's a little bit fuller, just worked away. Well judged quick single. Another 1 to the total. And to be honest, it's actually been shots a lot more typical of the last one you've just seen than the 6 through square leg that have characterised this innings. It's been a workmanlike opener's knock.
It's strange in the sense that she probably hasn't actually enjoyed the last 49 of those 1,000 runs that much.
Full toss, and that's worked away. It's a slightly slow outfield. I'll come back for 2. Max scurrying through to make her ground.
Because she's had to work so hard for them, and actually I think in the moment of sort of working for them, it's probably not that enjoyable.
Yeah,
but
it's
actually,
a churn. It's a churn.
But actually, if she wins this game, she'll probably look back on this innings far more favourably than the 100 in the defeat to Sparks earlier in the season.
Short again. It's got away with that a bit, Ellis, in truth, because it kept low off the pitch. Had it come up at the height, you would have expected it to. It would have been there for a hitting. Ellis, who has picked up 7 wickets in this competition this season at an economy rate of almost bang on 5, an average of 28, which is respectable enough. Worked away out to deep mid-wicket. They're interested in 2, but it's not there that time, even for this quick running pair. So that's the end of the over. 12 off it, a very productive one. 108 for 2 off 22. You just wonder whether we're getting to that point of a run chase where, in the desperation of striving for wickets, the fielding team are trying different bowlers, different combinations, different deliveries, and that's just presenting opportunities for the batters to score faster and faster as they're in and more set. Thunder will hope to see this home at a bit of a canter now.
Central Sparks needed everything to go perfectly, and they had that little opening at 2 down, didn't they? But it was always going to have to. They were always going to have to take advantage of that one chance, and just having not been able to do so, it's just running away from them now. And you feel once it gets below 30 runs to win, so once they pass 115, then it'll trickle away fairly easily from there.
Yeah, we're in miracle territory. Davis with the ball in her hand is driven out to long mid-off, I should say.
It was a long sort of drive though, from the stride that Mac had taken to reach the ball there.
Like this time going back and just blocking it. It's been a very sensible, experienced innings from both of these two.
It's noticeable though, the way that when she has gone back, she's almost gone forward first just to check, and then sort of made sure.
Yep, just covering up, blocking that one. Nice few balls by Davis. But the problem is at this point, maidens are essentially meaningless, really. It's just wickets. That's all that matters for Sparks. Comes down the track purposefully, meets it on the half volley, but drives it straight to mid-off. Fielded by Eve Jones.
But I mean, that 12 from the previous over is almost worth like 6 overs worth at this point when the required rates drop so low. You know, it's they can block out plenty of balls now.
More flight. And this time, again, a nice looking shot from Mac, but again, no reward for it. Davis just hoping that maybe a little bit of pressure from the 5 dots might bring something off this final ball. Just guided away into the offside by Mac for 1. And that means that she moves on to 34, and it's not a maiden. Davis concedes 1. 109 for 2 off 23. So, as you can see, that equation at the bottom of your screen is somewhat, as you might say, elementary. Dear boy, 36 to win off 27 at 1.33 and over. Those numbers tell their own story.
Yeah, it should be
a matter of when rather than if, you would say. At this point, elsewhere, Southern Vipers going very well. They're 78 for 1 off 15 overs in a rain-reduced 46 over a side game against South East Stars. Charlie Knott and Georgia Adams batting well. They only need 121 to win, so you'd expect to see Vipers win that one. Blaze are having a bit of a wobble against Western Storm. Sarah Bryce is still there on 61, but has lost a few partners. Nice looking cover drive. Gets 1 from the first ball of the 24th. Mac moving on to 35. So Blazer 115 for 5 off 20 overs, needing 217 to win. Alex Griffiths has picked up a couple of wickets, as has Chloe Skelton. Back of a length. Just nibbled away one more, and some visible throws up to the heavens in frustration from Ellis and a couple of fielders there. Oh, it's another quick single. It's been a real feature that Lancashire Thunder have done well today. It's allowed them to keep ticking on nicely.
It's allowed them to keep some pressure on and some positive intent, even when at the start of when these two came together, the sort of pressure was on them and the strokes couldn't apply that pressure, but they did it with the running instead.
Short. Can't shot out 2 pots at deep cover for 1. It's easy to forget there was only 1 boundary scored by Thunder in the first 11 overs of this run chase, and that was Seren Smell. Emma Lamb didn't hit a boundary until the 39th ball that she faced. And Katie Mack has added real impetus to the innings. Short. That's out to deep cover for 1 more. You do sense there is a little bit of going through the motions out here from Sparks now. And you can't necessarily blame them. It's tough when the scoreboard looks like this. You've had a bad day with the bat, and you just feel like every little thing is going against you.
And they're bowling it to very classy players as well.
Full up. That's straight to mid-off. So 4 off this over with 1 to complete.
That one nearly stuck in the pitch and foiled Mac's footwork for a second, but she was still equal to it.
Yeah, Mac had to check the shot. Slow ball. Straight to Perrin, who's been a bit of a ball magnet at point all day. 4 off the over. 24 gone. 113 for 2 then. Just another 32 to win now.
Yeah, it's all looking very, very good for Lancashire Thunder. And if 2 batters could bat a length of time, they were always going to make this chase. And these 2 have taken it upon themselves to have that responsibility, and both of them will be looking to be knocked out now at the end. You think that will be their priority here.
The satisfaction of the red ink in the scorebook, walking off with the winning runs hit and getting the congratulations of your teammates. Davis giving it plenty of flight. Lamb is driving straight to cover. Does look increasingly likely we wins for all 4 of the chasing teams today. Something's happened here with Mac that has caused the batters to meet mid-pitch. Oh, it's a cramp attack for Emma Lamb. It's Lamb's got cramp, so has called Mac down to play physio, or maybe it's that the spike has actually...
Yep, she's tightening a spike.
Tightening the spike.
Things.
Clearly feels like she's just lost a bit of grip. So,
which is quite a talent actually. Without a stud key.
I can't say that's something I've. So I can only assume that Lamb has got out there with her
a stud key.
A stud key, which I don't think I've seen too many batters out there with one, because she hasn't got it off the umpire, because the umpires weren't.
Now this must have
umpires Widdop and Banbury were not near either of them. So clearly, Emma Lamb has had this happen to her previously, and has kept the stud key out there for when it is needed, and then has said to Mac, "No, I can feel that." So that graphic says injury, but it's not an injury. It doesn't seem to be. There's no attempt at helping out with any kind of cramp. It's that Lamb has said, "Right, there you go. There's the stud key. Tighten my studs for me, please." The Sparks players are taking a drink. Early drinks, 5 balls before the actual drinks break. Umpires Banbury and Widdop seem slightly confused, but are fine with things to proceed on and take an early drinks break.
I have to say, I don't think I've ever seen that
before. No, I haven't. And I've seen many games in hundreds of games of cricket, commentated, coached on and played at an extremely amateur level. I don't think I've ever seen anyone actually have a spike key out there with them.
I've seen lots of people look at their studs and go, "Oh, a couple of them have fallen
out."
Oh,
absolutely, yeah.
But for somebody to realise and get them all tightened is quite something. But she must either twist a lot when she turns running, or maybe when she's playing her strokes.
Decided to use Katie Mack as a sort of Formula 1 pit stop.
Yes. Well, it shows the 88-run partnership is more than just
batting.
More than just batting, yeah.
I know that they're very creative with their social media work, Thunder. They've got one of the most active social media presences of any of the 8 regions. They like all sorts of Instagram and YouTube reels where bits of cricket have a bit of a pop track put alongside them and turn into something a bit funky. I'm sure someone from Thunder's social media might be working up some kind of caption along the lines of, you know, when your mate's in a bit of trouble and they need some help. Lamb beckoned Mac down and said, "No, it's not cramp that's the problem. Can you just sort my footwear out for me?" The 12ths for both respective teams have been on, passing on some drinks and having a chat. It's a pretty tough situation for Sparks from here, as Mac and Lamb still have a chat about the footwear situation. It's not a short drinks break, this one, it's fair to say. Both teams seem in no particular rush. Sparks just trying to motivate themselves for what is a very difficult scenario to be in here. Just 32 runs more needed to win, and as long as Thunder do it within the next 16 overs, they'll pick up the full 5 points. Just to remind you of what that would mean, Thunder would leapfrog Sparks in the table. They'd get revenge for losing to them a couple of months ago in a close one at Old Trafford. Lancashire Thunder would move on to 14 points from 9 with 3 wins. It would be a 6th defeat for Sparks to go with 2 wins and a washout. So Sparks would drop to second bottom with just 11 points. Thunder would move on to 14 points in 6th, but they would still be 9 points behind the South East Stars in 4th. So with 5 games left, they'd be a long way off in the qualification stakes.
We're ready to continue, I think.
Yeah, after that lengthy and, even by the standards of the weird, peculiar sport that is cricket, an unusual way to bring an early drinks break. But Emma Lamb, with a freshly tightened spikes, will take guard on 53 not out, and I'm moving closer to her red inker as she faces Georgia Davis. And he's just Guiding away out to cover.
But yeah, I don't think we're going to be in any rush to finish this game up.
Some slightly strangled LBW appeals. Keeper Freeborn was not really interested, which is always a clue about whether the appeal has too much going for it.
So I think time is on our side here. I don't think we're worrying too much in that respect.
Met on the half volley, burst through the hands of extra cover, and then Jones, in attempting to throw while on the floor, can't get a quick release away. So that's one more.
At least there's still smiles on faces out there, because it's really not gone Sparks' way at all today, has it?
They're laughing there about Jones's attempt to quickly release out of her left arm, ended up jamming her elbow into the turf and the ball went nowhere. Down the track this time, Mack, who adjusted really cleverly and gets 4 through cover point. Well, Mack threatened to come down. Davis dropped it short, having seen the Australian was heading down the pitch, and then Mack rocked back, having already gone forward to get 4 through cover point. That really is the sign of a classy player, one who doesn't look rushed, seems to have so much time out there. She's on to 40. Now she's nudging away into the onside, moves on to 41, so she's 1 short of the score she made against the Sparks 2 months ago. And that score of 42, as we reach the end of the 25th, 119 for 2. That score of 42 that Katie Mack made a couple of months ago is her second best score for Thunder. Her best, of course, being that 100 against the Sunrisers in April. And with 26 more needed, she'll be eyeing off a little half-century here. She's got plenty of runs to play with in which to do it. She'll fancy her chances.
Yeah, it was a very different innings, that Katie Mack one, where she came in at 3 and hit 42 or 42, including 3 boundaries on that day, and I think sort of hitting the pockets at extra cover and mid-wicket and running a lot of 2s, whereas today she's had to really sort of dig in. It was never going to be a one-a-ball innings today, but it's been proving a successful one. Now this is going to be a bit of Davina Perrin to bowl a bit of spin.
Yeah, this is not something you see very often. Bowling for the first time in the Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy this season, in her 7th appearance. Starts with a short one that is driven firmly by Lamb back to the bowler.
She did, I seem to remember, although I think bowling a more medium pace than spin on that day, pick up sort of...
Perrin once more. It's hit out to Potts at deep cover. That'll be just 1.
I think it was 2 or 3 and an over when she came on very early in her Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy career for a little bowl. So then maybe after some sort of golden arm style action today.
Just blocked out into the offside for 1 more. Yeah, it's a relatively rare sight, seeing Davina Perrin with ball in hand for Sparks. 17-year-old.
And they're definitely leggies today rather than seamers, although they're fairly quick leggies, it has to be said.
Yep, none above the eye line. Shorter. And once again, Potts is travelling round at cover. This time to her right. And they are going to take 2. That's good quick running. Not any let up in intensity from these 2, as the partnership is almost at 100 now. Came together at 25 for 2. Swipe and a miss from Mack.
That's what they're looking for, though, aren't they? They're just trying to buy a wicket somehow here. If that's taken just a little edge, or if one just gets popped up somewhere.
More flight on that one. Slightly mistimed slice over the head of point. Mack went for the logic of if you're going to swing, swing hard, and gets it away through backward point for 4. So a boundary to end the over to Perrin's frustration. 127 for 2 off 26. The 100 partnership is up. Mack has 48 of them now. And it's only another 18 required for victory.
Yeah, it was a little bit of a gamble there from Katie Mack, but she got the stroke away and over the top there. And Thunder well on their way to victory, inside 20 of their target of 145 now, and it looks as if they will beat the Vipers to their victory target. Vipers 198 for 2 now after 18, chasing 120 for victory as the Tannoy seems to
turn into a Dalek.
Yeah. Not had its best moment there, but oh well.
Another bowling change here. Courtney Webb, who is starting with a real loose net that is worked out to deep square leg for a quickly hustled 2, sprawling jumping take from Freeborn. Lamb has 57. Another 16 needed to finish things off here. Hard out to deep mid-wicket. Katie George is interested and can't hold on. I think it might be one of those where the elbows have knocked it out. It looked from my angle like she had it in 2 hands, and then it's the classic on contact. The ball gets spilt. So it's a life for Lamb. He gets 2 more.
Well, she gets to so many, and she actually gets her hands to so many that other people wouldn't, but not even Katie George could cling on to that one.
Would have been a ridiculous catch, but she does take a lot of ridiculous catches, Katie George. That's out on the bounce to deep square leg for 1 more, fielded by Hannah Baker. So Mac on to strike on 48, looking to get to a half century for the 2nd time in a Lancashire Thunder shirt, having made that ton against the Sunrisers in April. Mac 2 short of the half century, facing a fellow Aussie in Webb. Won't get it here, out to mid-off.
Amy Campbell out there, proving she's one of the best on the circuit, just hitting a few balls back to the relative of one of the children of somebody visiting the Sparks dressing room there.
Webb again, Aussie versus Aussie. And again, Webb will, for now at least, stop Mac getting there. Good diving stop from Perrin. 1 ball left in the over. It's the outside shot that, if Mac were to not get the milestone here, a big over from Lamb next time around could leave her stranded short of the 50. Mac on 48 unbeaten. We'll nerdle this round the corner and we'll keep the strike on 49. So you would say is well placed to get there. Webb concedes 6 from her over of medium paces. 12 to win.
Yeah, it's looking all very straightforward for Lancashire Thunder now, but Central Sparks just have to dust themselves down, come back another day. As I say, there's plenty to play for the remainder of the season now in terms of contracts, wherever they may be, of course, because sort of the teams, if you like, cease to be at the end of this season. So there's a lot of potential for movement around the county circuit.
Perrin to Mac, who's on 49, he's driving to mid-off, no run. Of course, in regards to strictly this season, trying to get into the semi-finals, the days are fast running out.
Yes.
There's only 5 games left after this. Perrin to Mac, 1 short of the half century. And we'll get it here. Goes behind square. In typical fast-running fashion, she wants to. She accepts the single, though. And it is 50 for Katie Mac off 67 balls. 5 fours. It is the 2nd time she has reached a half century in a Lancashire Thunder shirt. She, of course, got that century against the Sunrisers in April. Now she gets another chance to raise her bat. Perrin with a quicker, flatter one away through point for 1. And it's been the kind of knock that, when you look at the scorecard, tells you it was really particularly valuable in such a low-scoring contest on an awkward track. She'll remember this one fondly.
Well, she nearly, I'll come back to it after this ball.
10 to win, which you can now make as 9.
Having played so deliberately forward for so much of this, she was nearly caught out going back on 49 there, but it just shows the fact it took until then for her to nearly be caught out in that fashion. Shows how well she's played. This time, little touch shot, wide of slip from Lamb, and it will trickle away. It will tease the fielder and will get to the rope for 4. So 4 more, and this is starting to end in a hurry, as we always thought it might if Lancashire Thunder could put together a partnership. 2 set batters coasting their way towards victory. 5 to win. Yeah, it's starting the motors time, isn't it? You can make that 4 now. Lamb will keep the strike. Great partnership between these two. It has not been easy conditions for batting. It's the kind of scorecard that when people look at it, who maybe weren't here, they might just think, well, yep, Sparks got bundled out, and of course Lamb and Mac, of course they were going to chase that. Well, it doesn't really tell you the full story of how tricky the pitch has been to bat on and how impressively these two have gone about it. Because as we've already alluded to, had wickets continued to fall, there was every chance this became a very nervy occasion for Thunder with the bat. Not today. Yeah, it's a victory built on Tara Norris's figures in the first innings, picking up 4 wickets for just the 18 runs. Webb in, just trying to delay the inevitable, and has managed to do so there. But the way these two have played has been incredibly valuable and incredibly impressive. Yes, for me the player of the match is Tara Norris for a 4 for 18. This is the game where I do have to say all too often the not out batter gets that award because of recency bias. Cut away, great stop by Perrin, one-handed to her right. My goodness me, we already know it, but what a talent she is. She's making that position a bit of a trademark. And that's important actually, 2 people just going over, giving her a little low 5 and just sort of injecting a bit of buzz, isn't it, into what is a very flat Sparks side in the field now. Fighting to the end. 3 to win. This won't quite be it. Fielded by George out on the rope. 2 needed. Because this game, okay, it disappeared once they were put in and didn't bat well, but there was that opening at 25 for 2 for the Central Sparks, and they'll be most disappointed with today's game. Still 2 to win. It would feel fitting if the Lamb carrying her bat were to be the one who would hit the winning runs. 67 not out for Emma Lamb today. As I say, she's 40 less at the moment than what she made at Old Trafford earlier in the season, but the fact that was in a defeat and this is in a victory means I think she will look back more fondly on this innings. Again, won't quite finish it off here though, out to deep cover. Moments like this are the moments where you are reminded what a strange sport cricket can be sometimes. We are effectively sort of dotting the I's and crossing the T's on admin right now. Needs to be done though, it needs to be done. But I think there will be a few pads being unstrapped in the pavilion from Thunder players. 2 to win, and it will be 1 there. So fittingly it is Lamb who hits the winning runs. Emma Lamb carries her bat for 71 not out, and Lancashire Thunder have won this game by 8 wickets with 21 overs to spare. They pick up the maximum available 5 points from the contest. They go above the Central Sparks. Lancashire Thunder's 3rd win in the Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy this season, and a bit of revenge on the Central Sparks, who had beaten them in a close game at Old Trafford back just over a couple of months ago. But today's match defined ultimately by some magnificent bowling from Tara Norris up top with 4 for 18, and then
Coming in with 3 for 31, Sophie Morris. As for Sparks, Eve Jones top scored with 38, but 144 all out, never looked enough, and nor did it prove so. Lovely hand played by Katie Mack as well. An unbroken stand of 122 for the third wicket means that your comfortable winners in the end on a tricky pitch are the Lancashire Thunder.
Yeah, 8-wicket victory. Do make sure you rejoin us for Central Sparks' next game, which is here at New Road on Friday. We'll be bringing you coverage of that on the Central Sparks YouTube channel. And Thunder's next game is at Sedbergh, so I'll see you for that one as well. But a comfortable victory, as Michael McCann says. The 71 not out from Emma Lamb and 52 from Katie Mack, adding to Tara Norris's 4 for 18. So a comfortable win for Thunder by 8 wickets. It's been good to have you with us, and we look forward to seeing you again soon.